your deliberations. That said, today we're starting with the defense case. And Mr. Hart, Mr. Powell.
Yes, defense recalls investigator Ron Lagash.
Okay. Morning, sir. Madam Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain or penalty of perjury? I do. Thank you. Have a seat there. Speak clearly to the microphone. State your name and spell it for the record.
Ronald Stephen Lagash, Lagagosh.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Powell.
Welcome back, investigator Lagash. How are you this morning?
Good.
And Mr. Powell, are you using your table or the state machine? Okay.
Okay, thank you for your patience, investigator. Welcome back. Just want to have you help us out with something you got to clear up. So when we were talking, when you testified earlier, you discussed one of your roles was to collect digital items from the house and ultimately download their content, correct?
That is correct.
And they generate reports from a software place called Celebrate, right?
That is correct.
Okay, may I approach you on it?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 31. This has been identified by Investigator Dallin as an excerpt from one of the downloads of Joel Acevedo's phone. Activity that is in your knowledge of the report.
I did the page, the face page. There's usually more to it, but it's just an excerpt. So if you're telling me it's from my, excerpt from my report, then that is correct.
As we discussed the other day, those reports can be massive, right? Thousands of pages.
Yes.
Keep it short for you here. So what I want to do is just talk to you briefly about what's there. So on the top of that first page you're looking at, you see, I'm sorry, the second page, not the cover page, investigator. On the top, you see a line that says Facebook Messenger, is that right?
That is correct.
What would that indicate for the report?
Those are messages that were sent via Facebook Messenger that were recovered by the software.
And when you download someone's phone to the Celebrate program, that program is able to tell you what time messages were made back and forth, correct?
It pulls the timestamp out from the software, yes.
All right, and it does so sometimes in what's called UTC, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's Universal Time Code, is that right?
I believe that's the acronym for that, yes.
Okay. And you know how that works in terms of working backwards or forwards from UTC to the time zone in which we're concerned about, correct?
Correct.
And so if you look at the document in front of you, you might approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Turn the page.
Okay.
We're on page 83. You see that sort of smaller blue bubble on the left side of the page.
Okay.
The content of that message says LMK, I've got snow, something like that.
Correct.
And on the bottom of that, it gives you a date and time of that message, is that right?
Yes.
And the date and time, the date of that message is what?
April 11th, 2020,
And the time listed is?
12:46:19.
And is there a parenthetical there that has a UTC mark in it?
Yes, UTC -5.
All right, and the parenthetical of -5 means that UTC has been altered to get to the correct time zone, right?
Correct. It looks at the time zone of the phone, and it knows that our time zone is -5 or -6, depending on if we're in daylight savings time or not.
All right, and so, I'm sorry, the time on that message again was what?
12:46:19.
Okay, so that 12:46 represents Central Time.
Correct.
All right, and that's true for each message that would come through the phone in your report.
As if it's listed like this, yes.
I want you to turn here to the next page, and you see several messages there, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you of those messages also contained a date and time stamp?
Yes.
And again, do those dates and time stamps accurately reflect Central?
All of them are listed as Central Time, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's put it up on the, almost so we can all see. All right, and what this appears to show is a message. You see it?
I have to look at the screen, yes.
All right, so we see initially,
Investigator, if you want to get up, you can look at that, the screen to your left, if that's easier.
what this would indicate on the top there is a missed audio call through Facebook Messenger from an Xavier Irizarry to Mr. Acevedo's phone, is that right?
That is correct.
And the date and time stamp on that missed audio call was what?
4/19/2020 at 6:15:45 a.m.
All right, and the next below that, you see what appears to be an actual Facebook message. Is that like a text message from Facebook?
Correct.
Okay, and it says yo, right?
Yes.
And what's the time under there?
6:15:48.
All right, and the green box on the right would indicate activity from Mr. Acevedo's phone, right?
Correct.
And that appears, well, it's a call back to Mr. Irizarry. That's what that indicates in the report.
Correct.
For a period of 1 minute, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did that occur at?
6:40:52 a.m.
And again, we see some more contacts that would appear here to come from Mr. Irizarry, is that right?
Correct.
A missed audio call from Facebook Messenger, what time was that and date?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, the date and time?
The first one is 4/19/2020 at 7 o'clock p.m.
And that appears to be a missed audio call from Mr. Irizarry to Mr. Acevedo.
Yes.
And the next box, again, would be, again, a similar Facebook text message type communication from Mr. Irizarry's phone to Mr. Acevedo's.
Yes.
And that occurred at what time?
7 o'clock and 22 seconds, so 3 seconds after the audio call.
And then the last one we see there is another of these sort of text message type communications from Mr. Irizarry to Mr. Acevedo's phone at what date and time?
4/19/2020 at 8:04 a.m.
And it says, what happened? Oh, that's all I have for investigator over that.
Thank you, sir. You, take a seat. State, Mr. Tiffin?
No questions.
Okay, well, Mr. Gosh, thank you. You're excused.
Defense calls Dr. Jimmy Valentine.
Doctor, right over here, please. Thanks.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain or penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You have a seat there. Speak clearly into the microphone. State your name and spell it for the record.
It's Dr. Jimmy Valentine, and I spell my first name Jimmie. Last name is Valentine, just like Valentine's Day, Valentine.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry,
Mr.
John.
Powell.
Good morning, Dr. Valentine.
Good morning, sir.
Can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm retired from the University of Arkansas College of Medicine in Little Rock, Arkansas, and since I retired, I do nationwide consulting in my area of expertise, which is clinical pharmacology and forensic toxicology.
And can you describe for the jury what you mean by clinical pharmacology and forensic toxicology?
Sure. Clinical pharmacology is the study of drugs and how they affect the human body. While I was active in teaching medical students over my 30-some-odd years of career in teaching medical students, we taught sophomore and senior students in medical school about drugs, how they were used, the effects, the good pharmacological effects of them, and then also the effects that would be what we call side effects, or the effects that we don't want to typically see in an individual, or at least learn how to work around those side effects. Toxicology is the study of drugs and what it could be chemicals in the environment, whatever. The specialty that I hold is in forensic toxicology, which is the identifying of drugs in the body, in various body fluids, and what those levels actually mean in an individual, what effect they would have had in an individual.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes?
To show you what's been marked as Exhibit 35. Recognize that document, Dr. Valentine?
Yes, sir. This is my curriculum vitae.
Fancy word for resume.
Yes, it's a kind of covers everything, hopefully, that I've done over the years, educational experiences and where I've been employed, publications, and so forth.
All right, well, let's not go through the entire thing, but let's give us a flavor, if you would, of your educational and professional background as it relates to the topic of your testimony today.
Yes, sir. I hold bachelor's degrees both in biology and chemistry from Centenary College of Louisiana, and then I hold a master's and PhD in medicinal chemistry from the University of Mississippi.
And have you been published in peer-reviewed articles and journals?
Yes, sir, I have.
What's a peer-reviewed journal?
A peer-reviewed journal is when we do research in your laboratory and you want the rest of the scientific and medical community to know about the research that you've done. What you do is you submit your work to a journal. You submit it to the editor of that journal, and then the editor of that journal will take your manuscript and submit it to 2 other people in the area that are, equivalent to you in their stature in the scientific community, and they're unknown to you. It's a situation where they are totally unidentified to you, and then they will review the manuscript, and they will give you 1 of 3 comments on it. They'll say that this is very important work, should be published forthwith in the scientific or medical literature, or the more likely thing is they would say you need to consider such and such in the manuscript, maybe do a little bit more on it, make a correction here or there, and then resubmit it for publication. The third is that the thing you don't want to hear, and that is that this is not worthy of publication in this particular journal. So that's what we call the peer review system. It's been a system that's been in existence in science and medicine ever since I've been involved in it, and it's a pretty good system. It works pretty well.
And have you testified in court as an expert witness before?
I have, yes, sir.
Approximately how many times?
I don't know exact number. I have been qualified, I think now in 32 different states in the United States in courts as expert witness, and I've testified here in Wisconsin a number of times.
And have you worked previously as a forensic toxicologist?
I have. In the academic appointments that I had at 3 different medical schools, I always had a laboratory for forensic toxicology, which I served as the director of. The last one was at the Arkansas Children's Hospital in Little Rock, where I was the director of the toxicology, clinical toxicology services. We served both the Arkansas Children's Hospital as well as, to some extent, patients who were in the university teaching hospital, and we also did work for the Arkansas Department of Health.
And do you have experience in testing or analyzing controlled substances from human biological samples?
Yes. When we talk about running a forensic laboratory, that's exactly what you're doing. Is you're taking various body fluids, could be blood, urine, we call it oral fluid, could be hair samples, could be, in children, we use meconium, which is the first little poop that a baby puts out to analyze for drugs. So that's the basics of what you do in forensic toxicology. You analyze it and then determine what those levels mean.
All right, and you were asked to consult with us on a case involving a gentleman named Joel Acevedo, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And we asked you to look at, well, what do we have you review?
Well, you asked me to review, I had medical records on Mr. Acevedo, and then I also had the both some antemortem specimens that were drawn on him while he was still living in the hospital. And then I had some samples that were postmortem samples as well, too.
All right, and let's talk about that. So you mentioned some tests or some records from the hospital where Mr. Acevedo was brought while he was still alive. And did you see any reports regarding the collection of a urine sample and a subsequent toxicology screen done at the hospital?
I did.
And tell us about that particular result.
Yes, sir. There was a urine specimen collected on him as part of his clinical care. And let me just refer to my notes here, make sure I get the time right on this.
We do it this way. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 33, Dr. Valentine. This document looks familiar.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that does. Thank you very much.
What is that document?
This is the document from the Aurora St. Luke's Medical Center on the urine specimen that was collected on Mr. Acevedo, and that was collected at on 04/19/2020 at 11:32 hours.
Okay, and that samples collection and the results of a toxicology screen appear on that document?
It is, yes.
All right, and what were the results of that toxicology screen?
The screen on this particular specimen was positive for cocaine metabolite, and that's what they're actually testing for is benzoyl ecgonine, which is the major urinary metabolite of cocaine. And then it was positive for cannabinoids, that means marijuana. So that particular test tests for not only an inactive component, it tests also for some of the active components as well. And then it was also found positive for ethanol, and the ethanol level was 270 milligrams per deciliter.
Now, ethanol is that's alcohol, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
If you're consuming alcohol like beer or wine or liquor, your body will show up as having ethanol in its system. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So the number you just told us about, 270, you said milligrams per deciliter?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. So from a urine sample, is there an accepted formula for converting that measure of alcohol in the urine to trying to ascertain or estimate what someone's blood alcohol content would be?
You can do an estimation of what the corresponding blood level was at the time. We have to make some assumptions there. You assume, again, that the person is in what we call the post-absorption stage of the alcohol. In other words, all the peak has occurred in the blood, and now we're in the elimination phase. And if you make that assumption, then you can use, you basically divide that figure by 1.35, and that will give you an estimate of what the blood alcohol level was.
You used a couple of terms there I just want to make sure we all understand. You talked about an absorption phase and an elimination phase, correct?
Yes, sir.
And does that mean if I've had a drink, the alcohol doesn't immediately affect me, correct? It has to be absorbed into the system and distributed throughout the body.
That's correct. If you drink alcohol on an empty stomach, what happens is that the alcohol is absorbed fairly rapidly into the body within 30 minutes to 60 minutes. Most of it will be absorbed in the body. You absorb about 20% in the stomach and about 80% in the first segment of the small intestine. If you have food in your stomach, then the absorption of the alcohol from the stomach and the small intestine is slowed down because of the competition with the food. And so that sometimes takes up to 90 minutes or maybe even longer, depending on how heavy the meal has been in the given individual. And so what we say is that is the absorption phase. In other words, the alcohol is being absorbed from the gastrointestinal tract into the blood. And whenever that's complete, and so again, depending upon whether it's food in the stomach or not, then you say that you're in what's called the post-absorption stage, that all of the alcohol has been absorbed into the blood.
Then the body begins to eliminate it from the system, is that right?
Yes, it'll then be eliminated from the body through the urine. Some of it comes out through the breast, some of it can come out in sweat as well, too.
Okay. And so, did you do those calculations on Mr. Acevedo's urine sample to try and get an estimation of his blood alcohol content at 11:32 in the morning that day?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what number did you come up with?
I came up with a 0.2 BAC. Now, again, that's an estimate.
All right, so not necessarily perfectly accurate, but it gives you a decent ballpark of where his blood alcohol content would be.
I think that's a good way to describe it, yes, sir.
Okay. And are you aware of the blood alcohol content limit for driving a car in Wisconsin?
Yes, it's 0.08.
And here, your estimation is that Mr. Acevedo was at 0.2, is that correct?
That's correct.
So again, it's an estimate, but that's about 2.5 times the legal limit for being able to drive, right?
Correct.
And that's at 11:32 in the morning.
Correct.
And so you can't tell us, though, because of the assumptions you have to make, am I right? We'll strike that. Let's talk about this. Is there a way then to estimate backwards to try and estimate or figure out what his blood alcohol content might have been 4 hours before that, say at 7:30?
Well, you can use what's called retrograde extrapolation to attempt to do that. In this particular case, that's not wise to try to do that simply because we have a lot of unknown factors. We don't know, for example, when he started drinking, when he stopped drinking, so we don't know that he was absolutely in the post-absorption stage when the incident occurred.
Okay. We can safely assume he wasn't consuming alcohol between the time he was taken to the hospital and the time the urine was drawn, right?
That's true, correct.
So, again, assuming that Mr. Acevedo has not consumed any more alcohol, is it fair to conclude that his blood alcohol level would not be any lower than 0.20 at 7:30, 4 hours earlier?
I think that probably would be a safe assumption.
Okay. And again, but based on the factors you don't know, you can't reliably extrapolate backwards to see what it would have been at 7:30.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned some other substances that were discovered in the urine screen. And that particular document, Exhibit 33, just describes cocaine metabolites, doesn't give you much more information about that, right?
That is correct.
You were also, you also reviewed a document from the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 14, Dr. Valentine. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do. This is the toxicology report that was from the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
All right. And that document gives you more information to work with than the urine screen from the hospital. Is that true?
It does, yes.
All right. And briefly describe for us what you see regarding the results of that toxicology report.
Yes, these are most of these are on what we call antemortem samples. These are samples that were drawn from Mr. Acevedo in the hospital. The first results they call screening results, and they screen these by a very reliable method. It's called liquid chromatography mass spectrometry, and it's very good for identifying compounds. They identified the inactive metabolite of the active ingredient in marijuana, which is carboxy-THC glucuronide. So this is the inactive constituent that's in marijuana. It's the metabolite of the active constituent THC. They identified cotinine. Cotinine is a metabolite of nicotine, so it tells us that he used some type of tobacco product. They also identified ecgonine methyl ester. Ecgonine methyl ester is also a metabolite of cocaine itself. And then they identified levamisole, and tetraamosol. Levamisole is typically a diluent or a cutting agent that's used in cocaine. It's a local anesthetic material, and so cocaine is typically cut with that. So when you see that, it means that you're using some type of a illicit cocaine. Then they reported also quantitative results for the ethanol, and they reported that as 0.047 grams per deciliter. And then there was a vitreous sample. This is the fluid from the eye that was taken post-mortem, and the alcohol was not detected in that sample. Then they also detected in the serum benzoyl-ecodine, which is this metabolite from cocaine, and they detected that at a level of 740 micrograms per liter, which is the same thing as 740 nanograms per milliliter.
All right, let me ask you a couple of questions about those things. So there's an ethanol result here of 0.047. Do you know, or do you recall from your records about when that particular serum sample 435666 was?
Yes, sir. That was taken much later in the day, and I believe it was about 1610 hours.
4:10 p.m.?
4 p.m., yes, sir. 10
right.
minutes after 4.
All right, so I know you discussed earlier regarding the urine sample that there wasn't a reliable method to work backwards to 730 to try and estimate Mr. Acevedo's blood alcohol content there. The same factors hold true for that result, or can you do a calculation with that sample?
Yes, again, trying to do a retrograde extrapolation on this value that we got in the blood, again, is not wise because there's so much we don't know about what went on prior to the event. In other words, when the alcohol drinking started, when it stopped, what was being drunk, and so forth. So it would not be really wise to do the retrograde extrapolation for that.
Okay, you described for us earlier what pharmacology is, and it's your science of effects of controlled substances or drugs on the body, right?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the pharmacology of cocaine and how it affects the body?
I am.
All right, and describe that for the jury, please, how one who's ingesting cocaine, how that would affect the typical person.
Cocaine can be abused in several ways. You can either put it in your vein intravenously. Generally, that's not the way it's used because if you snort it and pull it up into your nose, then that is about as effective as getting at the blood level as giving it IV, because it gets into the nasal lining and that's absorbed almost immediately into the blood. Then cocaine can be smoked as well too, but again, the intranasal route is usually the route it's abused by because it's so rapid, the effect of it. When one uses cocaine by any of those routes, what will happen is that you'll get initial euphoria, and that's the reason people use the drug. They want this good feeling they get. What it does is it stimulates a release in the brain of a neurotransmitter that's called dopamine. And dopamine is considered the pleasure amine of the brain. It's whenever we have a good experience, we release dopamine in our brain. So that's what happens. That cocaine causes that release of dopamine in the brain. So the person gets this initial euphoria from the use of the cocaine, and that lasts about 10 minutes, sometimes as up to 30 minutes, depending upon the dose that the person has used. The concurrent with that is that you increase the heart rate. And so cocaine is a very potent cardiovascular drug. So what it'll do is it'll increase the heart rate, it'll increase the blood pressure. Generally, if you measure the blood pressure on someone, you would see that the systolic blood pressure, that is the top number on the blood pressure reading, goes very high. It'll go up to 160, 180 in the individual. The heart will be beating very rapidly in the individual. And sometimes it's a very uncomfortable feeling for a person. We know that certain people can get actually into coronary vasospasms, where they get like almost like a myocardial infarct that occurs after using cocaine. That's in a small subset of people that occurs.
Let me stop you there, doctor. I'm sorry. You said a myocardial infarct, INFARCT?
Yes.
And describe for the jury what that is, please.
That's where the coronary arteries, you got these arteries on the side of the heart that supplies the muscle in the heart with blood, they get clogged. And a lot of times they're clogged with cholesterol, and that's the reason people have a heart attack. But you can have a contraction of those when you use cocaine, and that'll cause a heart attack-like effect in the individual.
And can that happen through, does that require a very large dose of cocaine for that to happen?
It does not. It's individually related. It depends on the individual. Everybody handles drugs a little bit differently. So in pharmacology and toxicology, as you increase the dose, the likelihood of these things occurring is greater, but they can occur at lower doses as well.
Okay. So is there, so you've testified what you saw in the medical examiner's toxicology report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you also look at some other documents we obtained from the toxicology lab, runs from the machines when the toxicology lab ran this sample?
Yes, I received from the laboratory what we call a litigation pack, and basically that is all the analytical results that they had from the analysis they performed. And what we get is what's called chromatograms that come from the machines where the sample is processed. So I had all of those to look at as well.
And when you looked at those, did you see additional substances in Mr. Acevedo's blood sample that were not reported on the toxicology report from the crime lab?
I did.
What did you see?
I saw two other metabolites that one typically sees with cocaine use. One of them is what we call cocaethylene, and cocaethylene is a metabolite that forms only if you're using alcohol and cocaine simultaneously. If you use those simultaneously, you get this metabolite to show up. The other was I saw they reported the benzoylecgonine, but I also saw cocaine itself in the sample.
Cocaine.
Cocaine itself, yes.
So that would be cocaine that's not been metabolized in the body yet.
Yes, let me explain what happened on this, but this sample that was drawn on Mr. Acevedo was a clinical sample. So it's not drawn like a forensic sample would be drawn. So it's what we call a serum sample. And the serum sample did not contain a preservative. It's called sodium fluoride. Without that preservative in there, what can happen is there's an enzyme in the blood itself. It's called acetylcholine esterase. That enzyme can metabolize cocaine to benzoylecgonine. Now, there's a limited amount of the acetylcholine esterase in the blood, so it can't metabolize all of it, but it metabolizes some of it. And that's part of the reason we're seeing this benzoylecgonine metabolite, but also it was metabolized in his body as well. So we're having a combination of those two things.
Okay. And how quickly does cocaine metabolize into benzoylecgonine? Forgive my pronunciation.
You did it perfectly.
Thank you. How long does it take for the body typically to metabolize cocaine after ingestion into that substance?
The metabolism to benzoylecgonine starts forthwith in the body. Part of it's because what we just talked about, the acetylcholine esterase starts metabolizing it in the blood immediately. But once it goes through the liver's a major organ of metabolism, it'll start to metabolize the cocaine to benzoylecgonine. So you will see benzoylecgonine appear in the blood about 15 to 20 minutes after the dose of cocaine. It'll be real low amounts. And then it gradually increases and then reaches a plateau in the blood and will stay there longer. Cocaine itself tends to disappear fairly rapidly from the blood. Within about an hour to hour and a half, cocaine tends to disappear from the blood. So it's difficult to find it after that point in time. But the benzoylecgonine levels will go up in a plateau, as I said, and that'll stay there for about 6 to 8 hours in an individual. You'll see the benzoylecgonine, and then you'll see it even longer in the urine because it's being eliminated from the body.
Okay, so does the fact that there was still unmetabolized cocaine in the sample tell you or indicate that there was a fairly recent ingestion of cocaine by Mr. Acevedo?
Yes, that's what that would indicate, correct.
And let's talk about some numbers. Now, you said 740 micrograms, is that right?
Yes, sir. Well, they reported it as micrograms per liter, and that's the same as nanograms per milliliter as well.
Okay, and can you give us sort of a relative idea of, is that number big, is that number small? What does that tell us about, if anything, about Mr. Acevedo's ingestion of cocaine?
That number would be considered high. Anytime if you've used cocaine just one time, that's what we call an acute dose, you would expect the benzoyl level to go up and plateau at about somewhere between 100 to 150, could be as much as 200 if you gave them a much larger dose. But it would always be never above 200 nanograms per milliliter. So when we see a level of 740, that tells me that you can only get to that level if you've taken multiple doses of cocaine. So you would have to take, that's what we call multiple uses or binging of cocaine, where you've taken multiple doses of it to get to that level.
And can you confidently say, based on your training and experience and expertise, that that potential binging of cocaine would have occurred within the last, say, 12 to 15 hours?
Yes, I think that would be fair, okay, to say that we don't know the exact time, but it's certainly a window of use would be somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay. My approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 34. You recognize that document?
Yes, sir. This is the runs from the liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer that the laboratory did, where they analyzed, did a quantification of benzoyl, and then it also shows the cocaine and cocaethylene as being present, but they did not quantitate it.
Okay. Now, why would a lab not quantitate something that's present?
They have, every laboratory establishes what they call a level of quantification, or some laboratories recall that a report limit. So that is the lowest limit that you can actually quantitate and say how much is there of it. And usually a laboratory will use that as their report limit. I did not have what's called the standard operating procedure from this laboratory to know exactly what their limit of reporting is for the cocaine. But whatever it was, they didn't report it because it was below that standard for their laboratory.
Right, so can you say that even though it's below the standard for reporting, that there's no doubt that those substances were present in the blood?
Yes, the chromatograms clearly show that those substances were present.
Right. May I publish Exhibit 34 here?
Yes.
I move into evidence.
No objection. Exhibit 34 is received and marked.
See that, Dr. Valentine?
Yes, sir, I can see it on the screen over here.
And accused, describe very briefly what you see there.
The red lettering and so forth is mine. Actually, I put that on there just to illustrate this. And you can see where the description is. So I've got a little rectangular box. What the laboratory does, they assign what's called an accessioning number to a sample when it comes in. It doesn't go through. When it went through the laboratory, it didn't have Mr. Acevedo's name on it. It had a session number was assigned to him. And so this particular session number is his sample. And up at the very top, it tells you that when they actually ran the sample on this. And then we see, yes, I'm sorry.
And that date when they ran the sample was May 12th of 2020, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, continue.
And then right below that is you see it's called benzoyl, and you see that peak, we call that a chromatographic peak. It goes up like that. It's shaded in, and when it's shaded in by the instrument, it means that the instrument's quantitated the value that's underneath it. If it's not shaded in, it means it has not quantitated it. Now look right below that, the line below that, it shows benzoyl. It calls it D, I can't quite see it, D3, I believe, benzoyl. What that is, that's an internal standard that the laboratory puts in. They put in a benzoyl that's deuterated, it's got heavy hydrogens on it, and it could never appear in the body. So it's used as an internal standard. They put that in there, so if the benzoylecgonine peak comes out at the same place that deuterated sample came out, that gives you confidence that it was benzoylecgonine.
So, all right, thank you, doctor. And forgive me if you've already answered this question, but the cocaethylene we see there, again, briefly, what is cocaethylene?
Cocaethylene is the metabolite that's formed by the concurrent use of cocaine and alcohol.
Does cocaethylene itself have a pharmacological effect on the body?
Yes, it does. In fact, it has a greater euphoric effect than does cocaine itself. And that's the reason people will abuse cocaine by drinking alcohol along with it, because they get a greater euphoric high.
Okay, and you discussed before the euphoric effect people get when they take cocaine, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is a fairly short-lived effect on the body, is that right?
It is.
Is there an effect on the body after, that you can attribute to cocaine use that occurs after the euphoria is gone?
Yes, we didn't talk about that. What happens is that when you, in the body, it's just like the old principle from physics: for every reaction, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Same thing is true of our bodies. If we stimulate our bodies, then there's going to be a price to pay later. We're going to have a period of depression, okay? And so what happens if you use the cocaine to get the euphoria, you get this really good feeling of it after you use the cocaine. But as that starts to wear off, you get what's called dysphoria. You get just the opposite effect. So now you'll get, instead of a happy, good feeling, you'll get a feeling that's not so good. And that's what we call dysphoria. And unfortunately, that lasts a little bit longer than did the euphoric stage. So for a period of about 2 to 4 hours after using cocaine, a person will be in this dysphoric stage. And then the other thing that we talked about earlier was the cardiovascular effects of cocaine. Those tend to last for about 3 to 4 hours. So the person can be very uncomfortable with their heart pounding and their blood pressure being up for 3 to 4 hours before that finally starts to come back down to a baseline kind of where they were before it started.
And that blood pressure rising that you've discussed, that is attributable to the vasoconstriction or constriction of the vessel effect that cocaine brings, is that true?
Both that as well as the increase in heart rate.
Okay. And regarding this dysphoric effect on the downside of using cocaine, can you say, based on your experience, education, and training, whether that often leads people to seek more cocaine?
Yes, what happens is that a person that uses cocaine regularly, we call it a powerful reinforcing drug. That is, if they get into an environment where they're with people that have used cocaine before, they have a high urge to use the cocaine. If they go into a room where they've used cocaine before, they'll have an urge to use cocaine. That's what we call a reinforcing act of it. The other is that because of this euphoric effect that they get, they want to repeat that again, and sometimes they want to repeat it more frequently, and that's the reason we get into the binging use of the cocaine. So it's kind of an insidious thing in that when you start using it, it has a very powerful reinforcing effect.
And Dr. Valentine, the opinions you provided this morning regarding Mr. Acevedo's estimated blood alcohol level based on the urine screen, the results of your review of the runs and the toxicology screens regarding cocaine, and the timing of the use of that cocaine, are all those opinions offered today to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
I have no further questions for Dr. Valentine.
Thank you. Mr. Tiffin?
Doctor, just explain, what's a metabolite?
Yes, when one uses cocaine, you get really two major metabolites. The most major one is the benzoylecgonine that we've been talking about. And the second one is the ecgonine methyl ester.
And so let's assume I were to ingest cocaine through my nose.
Yes,
It goes right into my blood, correct?
It does. It gets in and almost immediately.
and then it gets cleaned, for lack of a better word, through my liver, correct?
Correct. No, it bypasses the liver on the first pass through the body because you've taken it in through the nose. So you get cocaine going directly to the brain, basically on the first pass of the blood. Once that blood starts to recirculate, then it's going to go through the liver, and then it'll be metabolized to the benzoyl and the ecodine methyl ester.
And what, a metabolite is basically when you're breaking down the original substance. Is that?
It is. Basically it's the body's mechanism to try to get rid of the drug.
And those metabolites then are secreted through the urine, possibly through your sweat. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but what we know is that urine was taken from Mr. Acevedo at the hospital.
Correct.
About what time?
It was about 1,400 hours.
Okay, so that would be,
I'm sorry, it was 11:32.
okay. Serum blood was also taken, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
The urine showed ethanol, alcohol, correct?
It did.
The urine showed benzo, the metabolite of
Correct.
cocaine, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The blood that was taken, which was tested by the crime lab, and that blood was taken when?
That was at 14, let's make sure we get the times right on, I believe that was 14:10 hours.
So roughly,
I'm sorry, 16:10 hours.
so roughly 4:10 in the afternoon, correct?
Correct.
The blood was screened. It also showed alcohol or ethanol, correct?
It did, yes, sir.
It also showed benzo.
It did.
From the instrument that tested the blood, you also saw cocaine, not the metabolite, but it wasn't measured because it was below, or you assume it was below the level of the lab, correct?
Correct.
If cocaine, that actual item, or that actual substance, disappears from the blood within 1 hour, and we assume that no cocaine was ingested in Mr. Acevedo after he was admitted to the hospital, which would have been roughly 6 hours before, why would there still be cocaine in the blood?
Yes, sir, that's a very good question. And the reason probably is because of his clinical condition. We know that he was on a ventilator. We know that he was clinically very tenuous at that point in time. And so the body just kind of shuts down at that point in time. And I think that's probably the reason it was there. It could be some coming back out of tissues that were in his body and so forth.
Okay. Fair to say that because of the condition he was in, the ventilator, the body stopped filtering, stopped doing what your body does. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You had talked about retrograde extrapolation. That's basically a process where if you know, for example, an alcohol level at a certain time, you assume that the body excretes or metabolizes alcohol. I think it's 0.015. The clearance rate is 0.015 per hour, correct?
Grams per deciliter per hour. That's correct.
So this idea of backward extrapolation, you sort of take this level, you add 0.015 for each hour to try to go back.
That's correct.
But you don't think that's a dangerous or, not dangerous, but just not something that should be done because there's too many assumptions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In this particular case, again, because of his clinical condition we were talking about, we don't know how that alcohol was being cleared from his body, okay?
With respect to cocaine, is there a corresponding average rate of clearance? You know, but I'm comparing like alcohol is 0.015. Is there a corresponding one for cocaine?
Yes, sir. What we usually use is the half-life of the drug, and cocaine, the half-life is considered to be 30 minutes to an hour.
It is fair to say that Mr. Acevedo, prior to being admitted at the hospital, and tell me if you disagree with this word, had recently used alcohol.
Yes, sir.
Is there, the word recent can be a subjective term.
And yes.
Is there any way to say how, to give a number, a time?
No, we can't really. I mean, that's what I was saying. We had no information really when he started drinking, when he stopped drinking, what he was drinking. We had no information on that.
It is fair and, accurate to also say, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that prior to his admission to the hospital, Mr. Acevedo had recently ingested cocaine.
Yes, sir.
Also, for the reason you just said, is there any way to say how recent vis-a-vis when he was admitted?
No, we can't say how recent. There's no way to do that.
Okay. But we know he had some cocaine. We know he had the metabolite of cocaine. We know he had the metabolite of THC in his system. We know he had the metabolite of nicotine. We know he had alcohol in his system, correct?
Sure, that's correct.
Did you observe anything else of relevance or substance in his body?
No, sir, that's all the information I had to go on.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Powell?
Just briefly, and so while you can't pinpoint the time of a last drink or a last ingestion of cocaine, again, you can say, based on what you do know and have, that it would have been, and I use the term recent. I agree with Mr. Tiffin that is sort of a subjective and nebulous phrase, but on direct you talked about being comfortable saying that cocaine use had probably occurred with at least in the last 12 to 15 hours. You're still comfortable with that?
Yes,
Is that right?
I'm comfortable with that, okay.
All right. And even though Mr. Acevedo's body had sort of shut down, as you said, by virtue of what happened, if that indeed is what, let's say that stopped the metabolization or the processing of alcohol in his body, if a urine sample of 270 at 11:30 in the morning, that would still indicate consumption of alcohol in the hours at least preceding his hospitalization.
Yes, that's absolutely right. I mean, the alcohol would be clearing into the urine within 4 to 5 hours for certain would clear into the urine. So we had that urine level. It means that the alcohol had been used fairly recently.
Okay. That's all I have for Dr. Valentine, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Tiffin?
No other questions for the doctor?
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
I would move exhibits 33 and 35. I think I already moved 34.
Okay. Any objection?
No.
Exhibits 33 and 35 are received and marked.
Thank you.
So right over here.
Defense calls Dr. James Pearl.
Sorry, you can stand and raise your right hand.
Oh, sure.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony given in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain or penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Speak clearly into the microphone, state your name and spell it for the record.
James Lawrence Pearl, MD.
Good morning, Dr. Pearl.
Doctor, can you spell your last name?
Oh, sorry, Pearle.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Pearl.
Morning.
What is your current position? What do you do for a living?
Well, I'm a pulmonary physician. Over the years, and even now, I wear a bunch of hats. I have a pulmonary private practice where I see mostly pulmonary consulting patients 3 to 4 half days a week. I do some legal work as I'm doing now. I'm doing some part-time work as a pulmonary attending, teaching the fellows at University of California, Irvine in Orange County, and still kind of finishing up the remnants of about 20 years that I spent running my own clinical research office, doing clinical trials for pharmaceutical companies. It's sort of ebbing down, but there's still a little residual work from that.
And describe briefly for us your educational background.
Well, I was an undergrad a little south of here at the University of Chicago. I went to medical school at New York Medical College in New York City. Now it's in Valhalla, New York. I did internship at Kaiser Hospital in Oakland, California. My medical residency at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. And I guess that's where, that's kind of where education ends.
And at some point in your practice, did you begin to specialize in pulmonary issues?
It's worth just a little explanation of what the pulmonary specialty is. As people go through their medical training, the further along you go, you specialize more and more. I did an internal medicine internship and internal medicine residency. Internal medicine is kind of the study of the internal parts of the human body and involves brain, lungs, heart, kidneys, liver, spleen, things like that. That's the general field of internal medicine. Then after finishing an internal medicine residency, then I went on to a pulmonary fellowship for a few years. Pulmonary disease is the study of the lungs in particular, kind of in general diseases like asthma, bronchitis, pneumonia, tuberculosis, but particularly kind of pulmonologists of, I guess, kind of my age and my era, we were sort of the original hospital doctors. We started doing hospital consults, and I'm speaking of pulmonologists in general, taking care of hospital patients. And it turned out, kind of the nature of the fact that the lungs in the body are kind of the center of the universe, that pulmonologists became the doctors that took care of all hospital patients. So we were hospitalists before there were hospitalists. We took care of the intensive care patients. So we were the intensivists before there were intensivists. And now pulmonologists are sleep doctors as well. So kind of the nature of being a pulmonary doctor and that experience means you really work with the entire body, because what we do in the lungs kind of impacts everything.
Okay, and have you published articles in peer-reviewed journals?
Yeah, I think I've got about 8 or 10 peer-reviewed articles going back to fellowship on control of ventilation. When I was on the faculty at UCLA and had a chance to evaluate numerous shipyard workers who had been exposed to asbestos, I published a couple of papers about my findings, and that was sort of my introduction to doing some legal work. And then as a result of my pharmaceutical trials experience later on, we generated a few articles about the development of some of the newer drugs that we had the opportunity to be part of the trials for.
Are you board certified?
Yes, in internal medicine and pulmonary disease.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 36. Do you recognize that document, Dr. Pearl?
Yes, it's my CV. I'm not quite sure how current this is, but it's pretty representative.
Okay, certainly current as in the last year or two?
Yeah, I think within maybe 2 years. I'm just not sure this is my newest CV. I'm not sure you ever got that.
That covers the material your background experience you've just described, correct?
Oh, yes, sure.
Okay. And you were asked to consult on this case to review some historical medical records regarding a person named Joel Acevedo. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us what you reviewed?
Well, there were copious medical records on Mr. Acevedo. I think I recall from 2016 through about 2019. I think there were, 1,000 or 1,200 pages of that were primarily emergency room visits and hospital admissions. I saw autopsy material. I have seen a video of the incident that's in question, and I think some other relevant documentation along those lines.
Let's talk about some basics. Can you just briefly explain to us or provide a basic description of the body mechanics of breathing or the respiratory system, how it functions?
Okay. The best way to think about the lungs is they're really a balloon or two balloons, and they work like balloons. When a person breathes, what they do is they contract their diaphragm, which is the muscle at the bottom of their lungs. So instead of being domed, it flattens out, and that expands let's call it the contents of the chest. And also when people breathe, people kind of describe this kind of a bucket handle mechanism, where when you breathe in, your chest and ribs move up and out, as I'm kind of demonstrating here. So those are the ways that the chest expands. Now the lungs, these two balloons, sit inside the chest cavity, and there's a space between the inside of the chest wall and the outside of the lung. That space is called the pleural space, and the pleural space is negative pressure. And by negative pressure, that's what keeps the lungs expanded. If there wasn't this negative pressure, the lungs would collapse just like a balloon that sits on a table. So when people breathe in, by lowering their diaphragm and expanding their chest wall, they create more negative pressure in the pleura and in the chest, and the lungs expand to follow that. That's and when it happens, the lungs expand. That's what sort of pulls air in via the mouth, down the trachea, into the airways, and then when breathing is ended, it sort of the chest kind of passively contracts and we blow out. And then when that air gets into the lungs, the air or oxygen that's in these little air spaces in the lungs called alveoli oxygen gets transferred from the alveoli across a very thin tissue or membrane into the capillaries that are the blood vessels in the lung. So oxygen goes into those capillaries and gets circulated throughout the body. And conversely, carbon dioxide, which is, let's call it the waste product of ventilation, moves from the capillaries through that same membrane back into lungs to be blown out. So the lungs mechanically breathe air in and out, and then at this more basic level, oxygen goes from the lungs into the bloodstream, circulated to the tissue, and oxygen is, the energy, it's the fuel of the body.
So oxygen delivers, or the lungs deliver oxygen to the blood, which the blood is then pumped by the heart into other parts of the body.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you mentioned before different respiratory diseases. You mentioned asthma in particular. What is asthma?
Well, asthma is kind of a spectrum of disease. What people used to define asthma as a disease that defined by reversible obstruction in the airways. In other words, think of your airways in the lung, bronchi or bronchioles, as tubes surrounded by muscles, and that they can constrict, those muscles can constrict and relax. And in asthma patients, that constriction of those muscles surrounding the airways is rather profound, probably much more extreme than happens with you or me. So lung function can improve, or air, let's call it this way, airflows can improve or get worse, by 15, 25% or worse in patients with asthma. Now, over the last 10 or 15 years, the pulmonary world has kind of recognized that it's not really the muscles and that reversible obstruction that's really a feature of asthma. What really is the feature of asthma is inflammation in your airways. And inflammation you can think of as spraining your ankle and it's red hot, it's inflamed. You get a burn on your skin, it's inflamed. The airways get inflamed too, and that's really the core disease of asthma is this inflammation. And then obstruction, as I kind of talked about, is kind of secondary to that. So we have to think of asthma as this two-part disease of airways inflammation and obstruction. It can vary from really mild disease where people just have a little bit of obstruction, and when that obstruction produces a whistling sound, we call it wheezing. That can be relieved, in a couple of minutes with a rescue inhaler to open up the airways. And at the opposite end of the spectrum is people who have terrible inflammation, terrible obstruction, are never controlled, require really extensive medicines, including exotic stuff like injectable biologics, and need that to function at all. So the extreme cases of asthma can wind up in the hospital, and people still die of asthma if their obstruction is too severe and remedies don't work.
You said obstruction is secondary or can be secondary to inflammation, is that right?
Yeah, think of inflammation as the core underlying process, and obstruction is secondary to the inflammation. Now, the obstruction has a couple of different components, but inflammation is really the core of it.
Coach Ron,
Yes.
show you what's marked as Exhibit 38. You recognize this?
Yes, I think actually I sent that to you as kind of a representative graphic.
It's a graphic of basically, I'll put up for the jury to talk about it here.
No.
This is sort of a basic illustration of airways, and describe what you see there for the jury.
Well, on the left is sort of a graphic picture of what the lungs look like, and I think when you see that picture of the lungs sitting in a picture of the chest wall, you can understand why describing the lungs as a couple of balloons is really a good example. Those lungs expand or contract depending on movement of the chest wall and the diaphragm. In the middle is a typical normal airway. Now, the airways carry air from your mouth down through your upper airways, down into the trachea, which is the big tube that you can kind of see in the middle on the picture on the left. And then these airways divided off and keep having serial divisions until it goes out to a really microscopic level. That's how oxygen is delivered to these tissues. The middle picture is a normal airway. And I mean, to make a long story short, the normal airway is just kind of an open pipe. There are some muscles that surround that. There are the tissues that make up the lining of the airways, and that's sort of the kind of pinkish tissue.
Right here?
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of the lining of the airways, and then there's kind of a wide open airway, and you can see that it's pretty easy mechanically for air to be able to go in and out through those tubes without resistance. Now, on the lower right, a kind of a dramatic picture, but it makes the point that that's obviously not a normal airway. When I talk about inflammation, you can see that tissue that's lining that is lining the airways is red, it's thick, it's edematous, it's swollen, and when that happens, that in itself can make the airways constricted and narrowed on a kind of a permanent basis, because that doesn't really change really quickly. On the outside of that tissue surrounding the airways is a ring of muscle. And that muscle can constrict the airways by contracting the airways and making them smaller. And in people with asthma, those smooth muscles can be enlarged and thickened and really sensitive to be able to go into spasm, at the drop of a hat or kind of an irritation.
When those muscles go into spasm, what happens?
Well, that's when people get acute obstruction in their airways because it narrows the airways. Think of instead of breathing through that open tube, it's like breathing through a straw, and those muscles can constrict really quickly. So that's why bad asthmatics are really sensitive to get into respiratory distress at kind of the drop of a hat. Now, the last thing to just show on there for just a second, just to kind of finish it, if you don't mind.
No problem, I apologize.
Is you see that sort of, I don't know, I guess it's kind of a greenish material that's in the airways. That's sort of a schema of mucus. Any of you that have had bronchitis cough up a lot of phlegm and mucus and junk, and that's produced as a result of inflammation by cells that line those airways. People with asthma and bronchitis have extra production of this mucus, and it can clog up the airways. Again, I don't think I I don't think I have to kind of spell that out because I think we've all experienced to some degree, but that's really the third factor of why people with asthma have airways obstruction. We talked about the muscles on the outside. We talked about the edema and swelling of the tissues lining the airways. And then the third thing is that the airways get clogged with a bunch of mucus.
Thank you. I move Exhibit 38 into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 38 is received and marked.
Thank you. So, Dr. Pearl, based on your review of Mr. Acevedo's records as you have described, what did you learn about Mr. Acevedo's respiratory or pulmonary condition?
Well, a few things. I mean, the first is his general course for the couple of years of which I had available. Again, I think the end of 2016 through 2019 was kind of a continuum of multiple trips to the emergency room, of being hospitalized in respiratory distress, with these episodes occurring either rather quickly or a result of infection. So the clinical picture is of a gentleman with chronically bad asthma, difficult to manage, not really well managed, particularly, who seem to be at risk most of the time to get sick, to have infection, to have his asthma flare up and wind up in the hospital.
And in those records of hospitalizations, were there some that were specific appearances or hospitalizations related to respiratory issues?
Yeah, I didn't really count the number of admissions, but almost every admission for him was some version of a respiratory illness, whether it was asthma or bronchitis or pneumonia, all of which kind of put together to make him short of breath, cough up phlegm, wheeze, and be in respiratory distress. So it's kind of a continuum over a couple of years.
And what is an FEV1 test?
Well, when pulmonologists like to measure lung function because it tells us how well the lungs are working, and it kind of translates into working numbers. Now, lung function, meaning how open the airways are or how much air flows, isn't the only thing to talk about in asthma, because you can't really measure, at least in real life, the inflammation, but you can measure the obstruction. So what you do is you have an individual take a deep breath in, put his mouth on a measuring device, and blow out as hard and as fast as he can. And that's a maneuver called a spirometry. And you can measure different components of the rate at which the individual blows air out. A good shorthand value that kind of tells us how severe airflow obstruction is in asthma is the FEV1, which stands for forced expiratory volume 1, meaning how much air can that person blow out in the first second. And then you compare it to a predicted value for that person's age, height, and ethnicity. So those predicted values aren't absolute. There's a range of normal for people depending on their age, height, and ethnicity, and then you can compare what the individual actually does in terms of how much air he can blow out to a predicted normal value. So again, the shorthand for obstruction in asthma is what does someone blow out in the first second compared to predicted value. Now, most of us in this courtroom who are pretty healthy with normal lungs blow out about 75% of all your air in that first second. And if people who have obstructed or narrowed airways can't blow out that fast because their airways are obstructed. And I think we all saw the picture of the airways, so you can sort of understand the mechanics of that. So you measure that value, how much can they blow out, say 2 liters of air, for example. You compare that to what a normal person should be doing. Let's say a normal person should be doing 4 liters. Then you can say that the FEV1 as a percentage of predicted value is 50%. In other words, he breathes out 50% of the air that a normal person would be able to do.
So in your review of Mr. Acevedo's medical records, and to be clear, the example you just gave of 2 liters versus 4 liters was just a hypothetical example.
I just wanted people to kind of understand how that calculation is arrived.
Right, but you were able to observe a spirometry test, FEV1 results in Mr. Acevedo's records, is that true?
Yes.
All right, and describe generally your impression of those results.
Well, fortunately, when Mr. Acevedo had a complete, more sophisticated set of breathing tests done back in 2016, but during many of his admissions, the respiratory therapists did spirometry maneuvers obtaining FEV1 values at different points in his treatment, and it gives us an idea, number one, of how his airflows were at a particular point in time, but sort of gives us an idea of trending as to what he does over years.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
To show you what's marked as Exhibit 37, Dr. Pearl, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do. I mean, this isn't the actual one I prepared, but I recognize the numbers. This is what I had calculated myself.
Okay, and so what do you see on the page?
Well, what we've got is we've got FEV1 as a percent of predicted at about 8 or 9 time points during Mr. Acevedo's medical chronology. The first set that he had in 2016, his FEV1 as a percent of predicted was 92% of predicted, which is pretty normal. But then you start seeing what happens when he shows up sick and in hospitalizations. And as you can see on 8/12/17, his FEV1 percent of predicted was 24%. That means during that acute episode, when he showed up in the hospital, his airflows were one quarter of normal. Then to show you how labile he is, just a couple of days later on 8/16, his FEV1 percent is up to 104%. That means he improved, I guess what you could say 400%, just in a couple of days from his low ebb.
And you say labile, what do you mean?
Labile means that his airflows go up and down, that his airflows were, or that his airways were sometimes really obstructed and sometimes not, but was going through a lot of extremes. That's pretty scary if your lung function is normal and then in just one episode, all of a sudden you're down to a quarter of normal lung function.
And what is a quarter, 24%? Is that a dangerous level?
Yeah, that's, I won't say that it's absolutely life-threatening, but that's about as bad as asthmatics get. And what happens if you reach a point where lung function is worse than that, then there's a point at which just lung function and airflows just won't keep you alive, and people die of something. At 24%, obviously he hadn't quite reached that point, but that's really bad for an asthmatic. And then just 6 days later, with aggressive hospital treatment, he improves to 104%. Then in May of 2018, He's back down to 35% on another visit to the emergency room. And then in 2019, he does it again where they did serial breathing tests where he came in at 29%. And then you can see just over the next, 24 hours or so, you see that he improved from 29 to 41 to 52 to 54 to 67 to 70%. That's how, and that's in 24 hours that his lung function, tripled. So to 70%, not so bad. 29% or 24%, pretty awful.
Thank you, Doctor. Did you see anything in Mr. Acevedo's records regarding an immunoglobulin deficiency?
Yes.
And briefly, what is that?
Well, immunoglobulin is a protein in the body, or there are several proteins, and you kind of think of them as either identical or kind of interchangeable with antibodies. In other words, antibodies are the substance that the body uses to fight off infections. And typically, immunoglobulin G, I don't want to go too far into the weeds, but immunoglobulin G is really the immunoglobulin that is particularly important for helping individuals to fight off infections. Most of us are normal and have normal immunoglobulin Gs, meaning our immune system is working reasonably properly. With Mr. Acevedo, starting at the beginning of the records, 2017, I think, he was recognized to have immunoglobulin G deficiency. So think of that as meaning he didn't have the immunity that you and I and most of us have because he didn't have these antibodies to fight off infection.
Is there an association between immunoglobulin deficiency and asthma at all?
There's an association that's not exactly direct, but it's there. IgG deficiency is generally pretty rare, but at least I've read that in a couple of different studies that in asthma patients, about 5% of asthma patients have immunoglobulin deficiency. So what happens with immunoglobulin deficiency is you don't fight off infections very well. And the typical infections that people with IgG deficiency get are respiratory infections, think nasal congestion, infections in the sinuses, infectious bronchitis in the airways, and pneumonia. People with asthma, before even talking about their immune system, are already predisposed to get infections in their lungs. Because of all that inflammation and obstruction, they don't clear out their lungs very well. They don't sweep the bacteria and garbage that we inhale all the time. They don't sweep that out very well. So asthmatics are prone to get infections anyway. And when infections happen, that makes all the inflammation worse and makes the obstruction worse. Now, asthmatics who have immunoglobulin deficiency are just worse on all these fronts. They get more infections. They don't fight them off as well. They persist longer. And consequently, asthmatics with immunoglobulin deficiency are in this constant spiral where because they're getting infected, the airways get more inflamed and get more obstructed. And because they're more inflamed and more obstructed, they're less able to handle infections, so they're prone to the next one. And after a while, they build up a bunch of chronic, semi-permanent disease in their airways, a little bit like that slide that we looked at about 20 minutes ago, the one that showed the pretty obstructed airways. So So everything that happens with asthmatics is worse when they have immunoglobulin deficiency, even though there's not like a direct causative link between the two.
In your review of the medical records for Mr. Acevedo, could you tell whether Mr. Acevedo was consistently getting his treatments for the IgG deficiency?
Well, it's not crystal clear in the records, but there seems to be a sense that he was getting in his immunoglobulin. Let me backtrack a little bit. You treat immunoglobulin deficiency with injections of immunoglobulin, which people get maybe once a month, and it helps to replace the missing immunoglobulin and helps to fight off infections. So people who have immunoglobulin deficiency and it's recognized get put in a program where they get injections or infusions of immunoglobulin every month or so, which kind of tries to normalize their immune system. It looks like he was on some schedule of getting immunoglobulin on a regular basis, but there was a note or two, I think at the beginning of 2019, my recollection is around February of 2019, whereas doctors mentioned that he wasn't getting his immunoglobulin shots, maybe because of insurance issues, but he didn't quite parse out the reasons. But there were a couple of references to immunoglobulin shots stopping around February of 2019.
All right. Moving on to another topic, does smoking cigarettes or anything, how does that affect an asthmatic?
Well, I mean, smoking is a terrible cause of inflammation and irritation to the lungs, and pretty much everything that happens with an asthmatic is worsened when people are smoking because you're continually adding an additional insult to those already sensitized airways. Now, smoking can cause lung disease by itself without needing a milieu of asthma to work on. But when people already have asthma, smoking is a bad aggravating factor for those individuals.
Now, after you reviewed the records in this case, you drafted a short report, correct?
Yes, I did.
That was disseminated to the state. And in there, you commented that Mr. Acevedo's respiratory reserve was dramatically less than an otherwise normal person. What does that mean, his respiratory reserve?
Well, again, as we've kind of talked about earlier, the lungs have a job. The job is to get oxygen to the bloodstream and then to the tissues, maybe most importantly to the brain and to the heart. And if you can't get air in and out of the lungs for mechanical reasons because of obstructed or narrowed airways, then it doesn't make any difference whether you give people oxygen or not. They can't get any oxygen to their tissues. Now, lots of different things can compromise your breathing, but most of us have a lot of extra reserve in our lungs. I mean, people can live on one lung, so you know that there's kind of redundancy or extra reserve in their lungs. But if you take that extra reserve away because of underlying disease, then there's no margin for error. So if something else happens on top of that, individuals can't make up for that by breathing harder or breathing faster. They're already doing the best they can. And you reach a point where that additional compromise, superimposed on this existing disease we talked about, can be the reason people get hospitalized, or could be life or death.
And something, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'll ask it this way. Can strenuous exercise or strenuous physical exertion bring on difficulties in an asthmatic patient?
Yeah, I mean, exercise or stress as either or both are kind of commonly recognized as aggravating factors for asthmatics. Not really that they actually would cause asthma, but those are the kinds of things that make someone with sensitive and very reactive airways at risk for having the muscles surrounding the airways constrict and develop a bad obstruction and put them in distress.
Now, from your records review, you know that Mr. Acevedo was a 25-year-old man, correct? At the time of his death.
Yes.
How does his respiratory system look for a 25-year-old?
Well, I guess it's probably about as bad as you get for a young guy at age 26, with terrible lung function, chronic inflammation, and aggravating, and on top of that kind of intrinsic asthma, add a bunch of aggravating factors. The immunoglobulin deficiency, so he was getting more infections. Smoking, so his lungs were just continually being bombarded by chemicals and irritants and toxins and cigarette smoke. And we didn't really mention it, but he was also somewhat overweight, which is just another mechanical limitation of breathing that you can just put in kind of on top of these other factors.
It's fair to say his body simply did not move air as well as a healthy person.
Well, I guess what you could say is there were times when he could, but I mean, back in 2016 and 2017, he at least on paper was moving a normal amount of air, but around those couple episodes of normalcy, he was on a roller coaster of lung function going up and down. So he might have had some brief times of normal lung function, but that's the nature of bad asthma.
I want to ask you about something you said you reviewed in this case. You said you watched camera footage of Mr. Acevedo on the ground and Mr. Mattioli sort of on his back with Mr. Acevedo in a prone position. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That position in someone, prone position, laying on their chest or stomach on the ground with someone on their back, how does that impact breathing?
Well, I mean, let me answer how I think it could potentially affect it. I don't want to claim to be an expert in that reconstructing that particular scene, but the way people breathe, as we talked about, is they have to be able to have their muscles in their chest pull the ribs up and out and expand the chest, as you've seen anybody take a deep breath. If you put someone on their stomach, I mean, even just being on your stomach with nothing else on it is a little bit constricting to your breathing, but doesn't affect most of us. I think it would affect Mr. Acevedo more. And in theory, if you applied additional pressure to his chest, preventing him from expanding his chest, then that would compromise his breathing. Again, I'm giving him a caveat that I'm not trying to reconstruct this circumstance at all. I'm trying to speak kind of in general.
In the report we described before, you noted that a physical event, your words, a physical event like the kind of respiratory restriction alleged in this case, and by that you mean Mr. Acevedo being on the ground with someone on his back, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could be benign in a healthy individual, meaning benign meaning not harmful?
Yes, just kind of I mentioned, I think.
Okay. That could, while be benign in a healthy individual, could prove to be catastrophic or fatal in an individual with multiple medical problems outlined in Mr. Acevedo's case.
Potentially, yes.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yeah, I mean, I hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty in general, with the caveat that I'm not testifying as an expert on these specific circumstances. I'm only kind of answering that in general.
Right. And another way to say it is someone with healthy lung function and respiratory system put in the same position might not succumb the way Mr. Acevedo did because of Mr. Acevedo's respiratory issues.
Yeah, I don't know whether you want to call that hypothetical, but in general, I would sort of agree with your proposition.
Okay. Nothing further for Dr. Pearl.
Mr. Tiffin?
Doctor, the conditions that Mr. Acevedo had, I mean, he was living with those conditions for a number of years, correct?
Sure.
And you know that because you had medical records starting in 2016 through 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have the records when he was admitted to St. Luke's in April of 2020?
You mean that I'm not sure the dates, but that was his final admission?
Yes, that's the admission that ultimately he died.
Yes, I saw some of those records, not all.
From those records, was there any way to tell, and could you tell what his lung functions were upon admission?
No.
Okay. And so what we know, though, that his lung function over a period of the 3 years you described, your label, was a roller coaster. It'd be good sometimes, it would be bad, it would go up and down, correct?
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
And there's no way to tell what his lung function was on the day why we're here in court, correct?
Well, I guess let me answer that in two parts. I don't think there's a way of knowing actually what his lung function was or what his FEV1 was, but I think the evidence is clear that the background milieu was chronic inflammation. The inflammation was clearly present. What I can't tell you is whether at the time he was significantly obstructed.
With respect to the records from St. Luke's upon his admission that shortly before his death, did you see any evidence of infections?
Acutely, I don't think so. I'll caveat to say I didn't see all the records, but I didn't see obvious mention of that in the notes that I saw.
Okay. Asphyxia is what?
Asphyxia is depriving the brain of oxygen by some, I guess, of any of various mechanisms.
And if the brain is deprived of oxygen, the brain starts to die, correct?
Yes.
How long does that process take?
I kind of didn't expect that we were going to go there, but it is worthy of some discussion. Generally speaking, the brain can stay intact in anoxia. Anoxia meaning low oxygen. We'll try to use that as being synonymous with asphyxia. Is that okay?
You use the words that are, I'll
okay.
ask you, you use the proper words.
Okay. Asphyxia means ultimately anoxia or no oxygen or decreased oxygen to the brain. When under anoxic conditions, brain cells can survive pretty intact for about 4 minutes. Give or take a little bit, but I think conventional wisdom is at about 4 minutes. And after about 4 minutes of anoxia, the brain cells start to die off, and it's been suggested as a rough guide that you lose about 10% of brain function per minute in anoxia after about that 4-minute interval.
If a person is suffering or is in actual respiratory distress, okay? From, for example, the conditions Mr. Acevedo had. Would you hear the wheezing? Would you hear noise? Would you hear anything?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, you have to move air to produce wheezing, just as a clarinet or an oboe produces sound when you blow air through it. If you're so obstructed that not enough air passes through to produce that musical sound, you might not hear wheezing. Also, in more overweight patients, breath sounds tend to be a little more distant and farther away. So you wouldn't necessarily hear wheezing whether someone's has normal airflows or bad airflows. You can't say for sure.
Did you listen to the 911 call?
I
That's
heard
not the video, that's just the,
yes, I did.
okay. Do you recall hearing like the noise of exertion or heavy breathing or anything that was significant?
Well, there was a period, I mean, a few short periods of some heavy breathing, but I must say, I couldn't draw any conclusions from it. I mean, I wouldn't, all I heard was heavy breathing. I wouldn't clearly describe it as wheezing or stridor, which is the sound you produce when people have upper airways obstruction. And I don't really know who was producing that sound. So I just have to say, I just don't know what to make out of that whatsoever. I just don't think I'm qualified to opine on that.
Okay. Colloquially, people use the phrase heart attack. Does that mean anything medically?
Well, yeah, I mean, heart attack is generally would be defined as the heart. Some heart cells dying as a result of low oxygen flow to the heart.
Is that synonymous with cardiac arrest?
Not really. You can have a heart attack without cardiac arrest, and you can have a cardiac arrest without a heart attack.
And what does cardiac arrest mean?
Well, cardiac arrest means the heart stops functioning. The heart is a pump, and it's kind of on a metronome, and it pumps a certain amount of blood through the body into the tissue on a regular basis. Think roughly 60 times a minute. If that heart stops contracting on that regular basis, and again, the heart contracts like a pump and ejects most of the blood in it if the heart's working properly. If the heart's not contracting, no blood flows, so no blood flows to the tissues, no blood flows, importantly, to the brain, and there are a couple of different mechanisms how that lack of heart function occurs.
What are some of those reasons?
Well, I think the primary reason is that we're most familiar with is ventricular fibrillation. The ventricle is the big pumping chamber of the heart. And in fibrillation, the heart loses all its synchronized contraction. In other words, if the heart's working normally, all the nerves to the heart muscles and the heart muscles are all contract in a nice synchrony. They all work together, so you get this nice pumping action. In ventricular fibrillation, the heart just quivers like, well, it's getting to be holiday season, like a bowl full of jelly. It just fibrillates around because there's no purposeful contraction happening. There's electrical activity, and if you look at an electrocardiogram, you'll see just a bunch of jerky lines going up and down, which is this disjointed heart rhythm that's going berserk, but it's not translating into contraction, so the heart doesn't pump. That's one version of cardiac arrest. The second is a little different, and you'll see it described often as PEA, pulseless electrical activity, which means that you can see on an electrocardiogram, you can see that the electrical activity looks okay. It's sort of regular, and it seems okay, but there's no pulse and there's no blood pressure, which means the heart even though the heart is getting the right electrical activity, the muscles just aren't contracting at all. So the heart is doing nothing, even though the EKG might do okay, and that's, PEA, or pulseless electrical activity. Then the third version, I guess, is like complete cardiac arrest, no heartbeat, no electrical activity, nothing. I guess that's the third variation that you could talk about.
You had talked about the lungs, essentially, you analogize them to balloons, where when we breathe in, the balloons expand, when we breathe out, the balloons contract, correct?
Yes.
And if I were to be lying chest down on the ground, my natural weight might make it a little difficult, but if I were to add 200 pounds on my back, it would make it more difficult for me to breathe back in after I exhaled. Would that be correct?
Yeah, in general, sure.
So weight on a person's back, once your chest has contracted, when you have breathed out, a heavy weight on your back might make it more difficult to get air back into the lungs. Fair?
Yes.
Could that also cause the heart, which is a pump, to stop pumping? And by that, I mean the heavy weight on your back.
I think I would have trouble making that direct association, although maybe a cardiologist might have a different opinion. But I wouldn't think that in a pristine heart, all other things being equal, that pressure in the chest would likely make the heart stop. I think the heart could respond badly to compromised lungs in that situation, but I'm having trouble putting a nexus between just that pressure and cardiac arrest. I can't go further on that. That gets a little outside of my knowledge.
Okay. The phrase cardiopulmonary arrest, is that synonymous with or different than cardiac arrest?
Well, I mean, it's kind of splitting hairs, I guess. Ultimately, both the lungs and the heart have to work for people to stay alive and to function okay. You can have a cardiac arrest, but still have, at least for a while, enough residual brain function for the brain to send the messages down the lungs to breathe. So you could have a cardiac arrest and it's not respiratory, or you could say it's not respiratory yet. Maybe 10 minutes down the line, it might be respiratory. So you can have a cardiac arrest without respiratory arrest occurring at that time, because just as the heart has this basic instinct to want to keep breathing, the brain at its basic mechanism keeps trying to send messages to the lungs to keep breathing as well. So the messages that go to the lungs are really the most primitive and the most basic. And in brain injury or brain death, that part of the brain sending messages to the lungs to breathe is kind of the last thing to go. So you can have a cardiac arrest. If you do nothing to them and you don't fix that, sooner or later, you're going to have a respiratory arrest to follow, but they might not be simultaneous.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Powell?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you all.
Step down. Sir, if you have any exhibits, if you could.
Yes, I would move,
36 and 37, is that?
No objection.
Exhibits 36 and 37 are received and marked. It's almost 11 o'clock. I think this might be a good moment for a break. We've been on the record for about 2 hours. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about a 10-minute break. I'm going to ask you to leave your notebooks here. And again, remember, you can't talk about the case yet. So please hold on to those thoughts until deliberations. All rise for the jury, please. Please take your seats. Attorneys, anything else, Mr. Tiffin?
no,
Or Mr. Hart, Mr. Powell? Yeah. Okay. All right, folks, we're on break for about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Recess. before we bring the jury in.
No.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, right. Oh, there was one issue I wanted to raise. Well, actually, I'm going to raise it when the jury is here. And for the media, one of the jurors was concerned about the media being present, wants to be reassured that they are not being photographed, and they are not. And I'll just explain that when they're here. Okay, so can we bring in the jury, please? Please take your seats. Members of the jury, the bailiff notified me that one of you had a concern about being possibly photographed during the trial. I want to assure you that will not happen. There is a media order in place. This trial is being covered by the media, but they are under strict instructions not to photograph you or identify you in any way. And so I just want to make sure you're aware that's not a concern that you need to have. Okay. We're going to proceed. Let's see, the defense's next witness. Mr. Powell.
Defense calls Dr. Jeffrey Jensen.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain or penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat there. Speak clearly into the microphone. State your name and spell it for the record.
I'm Jeffrey Jensen, Jeffrey Jentzen.
All right, thanks, Doctor. Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Jensen.
Good morning.
What is your current profession?
I'm a pathologist employed at the University of Michigan.
And what is a pathologist?
A pathologist is a medical specialist who investigates disease and injury patterns.
And how long have you been practicing as a pathologist?
Since 1986.
And are you board certified in pathology?
I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Are you a member of any organizations related to forensic pathology?
Yes, I am a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the National Association of Medical Examiners, of which I was a past president, and the local, state, and other medical examiner offices, including the British Academy.
And I know you said you are currently at the University of Michigan, is that correct?
It's correct.
Was there a time in your career when you were the medical examiner for Milwaukee County?
Yes, I was a medical examiner in Milwaukee County from 1987 until 2008.
And you were, well, as part of your job as a pathologist, you perform autopsies, is that correct?
Correct.
Over your career, do you know about how many autopsies you've conducted?
I estimate probably 13,000 autopsies or so, and I think I've probably supervised twice that many.
And I'm sorry, your stretch as the medical examiner in Milwaukee County was from when to when?
1987 until 2008.
And about how many autopsies on average do you think you were doing a year?
I would personally perform roughly around 250 autopsies, and the office over time would perform from 1,000 to 1,500 autopsies per year.
Okay, so you yourself, over that course of time in Milwaukee County as a medical examiner, conducted a couple thousand autopsies?
5 or 6, correct.
Okay. And as part of your job with the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office, you would testify for the state, correct?
My job was with the Milwaukee County government, and as part of that, I would be subpoenaed by both the prosecutor and defense to testify in court.
Okay.
Predominantly, however, with the prosecutor's office.
Okay. And can you estimate how many times you testified for the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office in which they relied on your opinions regarding cause and manner of death?
I would estimate 1 to 3 times a week.
Over the entire course of your career at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office?
Generally, yes, that'd be an estimate.
Okay. You were asked to, I'll strike that. I've asked if you're board certified already, correct?
Correct.
All right. You were asked to review some materials regarding the death of a person named Joel Acevedo, correct?
Yes.
And what materials did you review?
I reviewed his medical records, the autopsy report, the medical examiner's report, police reports, the criminal complaint, videos, autopsy photographs, the toxicology report, and there may be something else.
Did you also review ante-mortem photographs taken of Mr. Acevedo at his admission to the hospital?
I did.
And regarding reports you reviewed, you referenced an autopsy report that was done by a Dr. Brian Peterson, correct?
Yes.
You were given, or no reports by a Dr. Tolomak were produced for you to review, right?
There was a one-page report on microscopic analysis by Dr. Tolmack. I believe it was in September of this year.
And that was the only thing from Dr. Tolomak that you were able to review?
Correct.
And we'll talk about those, that addendum in a minute, but that related to a microscopic review of organ sections from Mr. Acevedo, right?
That were available, yes.
Okay. So let's talk about some of what you saw. The autopsy report, let's talk about it this way. You've been involved in a lot of death investigations, obviously.
Yes.
Yes. All right, so would you agree that a medical examiner faced with a situation where you have a deceased person after a violent struggle needs to be a complete investigation of the circumstances of the death? That's one thing you have to do, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that it is important that a complete autopsy would be done?
Yes.
And a complete autopsy would include a microscopic survey of the organs,
Yes.
especially the heart?
I would say that would be a major concern, yes.
Okay. And in this case, based on the materials you had to review, were you able to take or make any examination or review any examination of Mr. Acevedo's heart?
No, there were no microscopic slides taken, no description of the autopsy, and no associated report.
Were you able to determine why that was?
There was a diagnosis on the autopsy sheet that indicated that there was a postmortem, there was donation of the heart.
The heart had been removed for transplant?
Yeah,
Or for organ donation purposes?
for organ donation purposes, yes.
Okay. And based on your experience as a medical examiner, does that have to be approved by the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And can you tell from the records you reviewed whether the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office approved that removal of the heart for donation?
They did.
And in your time as a medical examiner, have you ever been asked whether an organ can be removed for donation?
Certainly on a number of occasions.
And did you always say yes?
No.
Why would you say no?
If I could expound slightly.
Please.
I'm very supportive for organ procurement and donation, and I've developed a number of programs to improve the practice of it, which has resulted in numerous donations. There are rare occasions where the outcome of other individuals depends upon examination of some of the organs. And so in rare cases, I would say in less than 1% of the cases, it's necessary to decline the removal or retention of the organ for examination. It may be the heart or it may be the brain, typically. And in those cases, we're now required to notify the family, but on rare occasions, I would decline the removal and retention of the heart or brain.
All right, in this case that you reviewed, you became aware that the circumstances of Mr. Acevedo's death involved him being in a struggle with Mr. Mattioli, correct?
Correct.
And when the first responders arrived, Mr. Acevedo was found to be unconscious and not breathing, right?
Correct.
All right. And based on the circumstances of the case, as you know them now, and as a medical examiner of your pedigree and experience, if they had come to you and asked you for permission to remove Mr. Acevedo's heart for donation, would you have approved it in this case?
No.
Why not?
Because of the importance of the organ and the overall investigation of the case, and the knowledge that there was pre-existing medical complications that may have affected the health of the heart itself.
And if you had had the heart to look at or review, what would you have done? And what could that have told you about what happened?
I could have looked at the microscopic sections and also the structure of the heart, and especially its weight to determine if it had been damaged by, for example, lung function or other disease entities.
All right. There's been testimony in this case that it is not known what ultimately happened to Mr. Acevedo's heart after it was donated or removed. What do you think about that?
I find that very incomprehensible, that there would not be a knowledge that either the heart was successfully transplanted into another person, or that the heart valves were recovered, and then there would be a report somewhere from the institution that recovered the heart.
And based on what you were able to review in this case, you have no idea yourself what happened to that heart?
No, I do not.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about the materials you reviewed and what you have concluded based on those materials and your review. You understand, well, strike that. Based on your review of all the materials you described, do you have an opinion about whether Mr. Acevedo had his neck compressed by Mr. Mattioli in a manner that would compromise his breathing or blood flow?
I have an opinion.
What is that opinion?
It's my opinion based on reviewing of the video and the antemortem and postmortem photographs that there's no objective evidence that there was compression of the neck area.
And what would you expect to see as objective medical evidence if there had been compression of the neck area?
We would typically see hemorrhage deep into the muscles of the neck. There would be cyanosis, or a bluish discoloration of the face of the individual at the time of that the paramedics arrived. There would be really prominent petechial hemorrhages of the eyes, which would be one of the findings that would be there.
Would you also expect to see petechiae in the oral cavity or throat?
Well, that would be an area both underneath the lips and deep into the lining of the airway.
And Dr. Peterson's initial autopsy report did not reveal petechiae in those places, correct?
Correct. And he indicated that there was no evidence of trauma to the neck.
And you reviewed the antemortem photographs at the hospital of Mr. Acevedo, correct?
I did.
And again, that did not show the amount of petechiae in the eyes that you would expect to see if the throat was compressed. Is that true?
Well, there were petechiae over the face and predominantly around the eyes in the soft tissue. And then there were two small petechiae on the inside lining of the, I believe, the left eye. And this is a pattern that we see where there's congestion, possibly violent vomiting, or compression of the chest and upper abdomen.
So the petechiae you did see might be consistent with chest compression, but not neck compression. Do I understand that correctly?
If I could expound on that.
Please.
The overall pattern of the petechiae were most consistent with chest and upper abdomen congestion. There was petechiae abundantly over the clavicles, the shoulder blades, and the upper, and I'm pointing to that area, Your Honor, over my upper chest, over both the clavicles and down the left arm in kind of a mantle-like distribution. There were also petechiae overlying the face and around the eyes, but very scant petechiae in the conjunctiva or in the larynx and oral cavity.
And the conjunctiva is, again, the eyes, correct?
The inside of the eye lid.
There's been some other testimony in this case that there was a lateral contusion observed on Mr. Acevedo's neck. Did you make that observation?
I did not.
Was there a lateral contusion on Mr. Acevedo's neck?
No, there was a linear abrasion low on the neck, and I'm pointing to that area over the right side of the lower neck, right lower neck, just above the clavicle. There was a linear scratch.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
To show you what's been marked as Exhibit 45, Dr. Jensen, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, this is one of the, exhibit number 45 is one of the photographs taken while in the hospital bed.
Of Mr. Acevedo?
Correct.
Anti-mortem.
Yes.
I'll take that back. Can you sort of describe what is seen here in this photograph? I'm looking at sort of the lower right side of Mr. Acevedo's neck by the tube you see there.
Yes.
What do you see?
This is, on close inspection, this is a confluent area of small punctate petechiae. If you look at it, it's a grouping of small, minute hemorrhages about the size of grains of sand, but they've coalesced. And they can also be seen over the, symmetrically over the top of the left clavicle.
And so, I'm sort of pointing here on the screen, Dr. Jensen, to this sort of somewhat darker area of the skin. You see where I'm pointing?
Correct.
Is a contusion another word for a bruise?
Yes.
Is that a contusion?
No.
What is that?
That's normal skin skin coloration.
Can you see my finger here pointing along this lateral line here?
Yes, that's the what we call a linear abrasion, or it's a scratch.
Not a bruise.
Correct.
And in Dr. Peterson's autopsy report, which you reviewed, Dr. Peterson did not identify any contusions on the neck either, correct?
That's correct, either externally or on internal examination, in which you would expect that there would be hemorrhage in the deep tissues if there was a bruise. And a bruise is basically caused by blunt trauma or some kind of a blow.
And again, that's not present in Mr. Acevedo's neck.
Correct.
Now, based on your review of the materials in the case, do you believe there's medical evidence that Mr. Acevedo's chest or torso were compressed?
Yes.
And describe that for us, please.
Again, there was a pattern of mantle-like distribution of petechial hemorrhages overlying the chest and extending down to the arm. There were petechiae over the facial area. There was, no evidence of cyanosis to the facial area, and that's my recollection.
Okay. And based on what you could see, you reviewed the body camera video as well, right?
Correct.
And based on what you could see in the video, which is Mr. Mattioli sort of straddling, hunched over Mr. Acevedo's back, that appears to perhaps provided some compression?
Yes, there would have been compression of the upper chest and upper abdomen. There also appeared to be actual contusions or bruises to the left, I think the left biceps area, in kind of a irregular individual patterns of contusions.
And those contusions, you said on the inner left bicep area,
Yes.
would be consistent with if someone was in a struggle and having their arms grabbed, that might be a cause of a bruise like that.
Yes, we see them with, and I've just demonstrated in my hand, we see that with, if someone were to grab something very forcefully and push on it, it would leave a bruise. And you could see the individual finger marks on the body.
Based on your particular expertise, well, strike that, let me do this first. Based on your review of the materials, were you aware of whether Mr. Acevedo had pre-existing respiratory issues?
That was documented in the medical record, correct.
And what were those issues as you saw them?
He had an immune deficiency, and he had, I guess I would describe it as uncontrolled asthma. He had hospitalizations in the recent past for respiratory insufficiency and pneumonia.
And now, you're not a pulmonologist, correct?
No.
And in fact, once you reviewed the records, you suggested that we contact a pulmonologist to have a more specific expert review those records, correct?
I don't recall that specifically, but I probably would.
And one of the things you reviewed in this case was a report by Dr. James Pearl, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he was a pulmonologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, or would you agree with me, that as a medical examiner or pathologist, if you come across something in your investigation that's maybe outside of your specific expertise, you should look outside for an expert to look at them?
We consistently will request outside experts in areas of medicine that we're not totally comfortable with.
Okay. And as a pathologist, well, strike that. Based on your knowledge of the respiratory system, your review of the records, your review of Dr. Pearl's report, were you able to tell on your own, or you develop an opinion about the severity of Mr. Acevedo's respiratory disease?
I developed an opinion both in review of Dr. Pearl's report, the medical records, and my own examination of the lungs tissue.
Right. And as part of the materials you reviewed, you were provided slides from the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office of Mr. Acevedo's lung tissue.
That's correct.
And did you review those slides?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. While you do that, Doctor, could you please define antemortem?
Antemortem is an overall term for before death.
Thank you.
And we also use the term perimortem, which is close to or around the time of the dying process.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Jensen, I'm going to show you what have been marked as exhibits 41, 42, 43, and 44. Just have a look first and tell me if you recognize what those are. Then I'll have you describe.
Yes, I recognize these. These are photographs that I took in my office in Ann Arbor. The first photograph is what I would call a control. This is from a 54-year-old individual.
Can you make that one thumbnail? Publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Move 41 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 41 is received and marked.
You see that well enough, Doctor?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a small bronchiole inside the lung tissue. On the outside, you can see the big white spaces are where there's supposed to be oxygen and air, and then there's the very thin membranes of the lung tissue. And in the center is a small bronchiole that's lined with what we call epithelial cells or respiratory cells.
These are the areas you expect to see air, is that your testimony?
No. Your Honor, may I approach the...
So, yes, Dr. Jensen, yes, you can get up. Do you want to use the one next to you, actually?
You can see better over here.
It's the same display. Mr. Powell, you had a question?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is the bronchial area, and this is what we call a lumen, or your unmet gap. It crosses this membrane and goes in. Lining that is what we call respiratory epithelium, and it has little cilia or small little cells. Almost wispy things that help the person use movements out of their airway. And then, you might not be able to see it, but small, very rare areas here. Here, these are mucus cells. But these cells use mucus cells.
And that, again, the slide of the healthy user.
Right. And I also wanted to point out this small linear, you can see them almost elongated cells that is smoothed up.
Hand you Partners Exhibit 44. Doctor, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, remaining photographs are photographs that are the microscopic slide with
Those are exhibits 42, 43, and 44. Can I move those into evidence?
Any objection?
No.
Exhibits 42, 43, and 44 are received and marked.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is exhibit 44. What is this, Dr. Jensen?
This is one of the airways that disrupts Acevedo's lung slides. And here we can see in the lumen muscle around the bronchus that occurs. There is thick mucus that is inside the lumen, obstructing the lumen. And then numerous, you can see these small white cells around the lumen. There's numerous mucus cells.
And that's would be an obstructed airway? An airway obstructed in some measure? Exhibit 42.
Number 42 is a similar photograph. Mucus behind the lungs. Here you can see the large amount number of mucus prominent. You can see around the bronchus
Lastly, exhibit 43.
And again, a similar photograph, but in this one I wanted to highlight the size and number of the smooth muscle cells in the area, and then mucus treating glands that are around mucus.
You can take this. Thank you. And again, Doctor, what do those microscopic slides tell you about Mr. Acevedo's lungs?
It would confirm, I believe, the report of Dr. Pearl that Mr. Acevedo was medically frail and had severe pulmonary insufficiency.
severe pulmonary insufficiency. How would exacerbation of asthma affect a guy like Mr. Acevedo?
It would, an asthma attack or an exacerbation of asthma causes the bronchi to constrict. That smooth muscle around the bronchi constricts. It impedes the flow of air into the lung, and it impedes the flow of air out of the lung. The amount of mucus that is secreted is also difficult to remove, and that would decrease the amount of air that could get into the lung.
All right, you reviewed a toxicology report from the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office as well?
I did.
And that toxicology report showed cocaine in Mr. Acevedo's system, correct?
Correct. It showed the metabolite or the breakdown product of cocaine.
And you have some training in toxicology, is that right?
I have, yes.
All right. And cocaine, what does cocaine do to the body as it relates to the respiratory system?
Generally, it's described as a stimulant, so it causes contraction of smooth muscle. It causes increased heart rate, high blood pressure, and contraction of smooth muscle organs.
And so when you say contraction of smooth muscle organs, you were showing us on those slides what you said were smooth muscle around the bronchi, is that right?
Correct.
And so would cocaine also constrict those smooth muscles?
Yeah, cocaine is known to cause exacerbation of asthma attacks and decrease, breathing related to the use of cocaine. It also causes coronary artery constriction.
Okay. And you've said that you drafted a report regarding your review of this case file, correct?
I did, yes.
And let's talk briefly about the medical examiner's role in determining cause and manner of death. Cause of death is what from a medical examiner's perspective?
The cause of death is the entity or the incident that resulted in the death.
And manner of death is what?
Manner of death is how the injury or the death occurred.
All right. And so based on your review of all the materials in this case, did you develop an opinion about the cause and manner of death?
I did.
What is that opinion?
My opinion that the cause of death was prone restrained cardiac arrest, prone restraint cardiac arrest, and that the manner of death, in my opinion, was indeterminate.
Can you please explain for us the basis for your finding or opinion of prone restraint cardiac arrest? What does that mean?
Could I expound on this
Please.
briefly? Prone restraint has been known to be involved in a number of deaths that have occurred. The research that has been done on prone restraint has indicated that it is an inherently safe practice in healthy individuals. And although a prone restraint, which we're talking about a person who's face down, possibly with their hands behind their back, and possibly with compression or weight on the back, again, is inherently safe, although there is decreased amounts of air that a person can get in, and the compression of the chest and abdomen causes other factors. Although there's a decreased amount of air that gets in, it's compensated by a person breathing more and faster. Recent research in the past couple of years has looked into the cardiac effects of prone restraint. And the cardiac effects are that it decreases the increased pressure on the thorax and the abdomen, causes a decreased amount of blood to return to the heart. So basically all of the blood below the heart that's going to the abdominal organs and the lower extremities is impeded from coming back to the heart. So the heart does not have sufficient blood to pump. It also decreases the amount of air that's coming in, but that can be compensated for. And again, the prone restraint position is inherently safe, but under certain circumstances, it can be sufficient to cause death. And those circumstances, in my opinion, would basically be natural disease, the use of some drugs or alcohol, and what I would just describe as violent struggle. So if a person is struggling or encountering some kind of exertive physical activity for a prolonged period of time, that would also play into that, because a person under those circumstances has to utilize 10 times the amount of oxygen that they normally would. So their requirement for oxygenation increases, and that causes what we call a metabolic acidosis, or the acid to build up into the body's tissues, and that also affects how the heart functions. So we now understand that there are cardiac complications of the prone restraint position, in addition to possibly the pulmonary complications. And so the authors in these articles recommend that the term prone restraint cardiac arrest be more descriptive in the cause of those deaths.
So there are factors that increase the workload of the heart, as I understand it, correct?
Correct.
Cocaine use can be one, correct?
Correct.
Physical exertion is another.
Yes.
And regarding, when those things happen, when the heart starts beating faster, there's an increased demand for oxygen, right? That was your testimony?
Yes.
All right. And am I correct that part of what the heart does is pump blood through the lungs, which is where the blood picks up the oxygen?
Correct.
And if lungs are obstructed by mucus or other things, the heart has to put in more effort to get blood through there. Is that accurate?
Somewhat, yes. It's not necessarily just the obstruction of the airways, but it can be an impedance to blood flow to the lungs.
And the harder the heart's working, the more oxygen it needs.
Correct. And in addition, because of the compression on the abdomen and the chest, there's less blood coming up to the heart to pump.
So based on everything you've seen and based on your opinion, first of all, is that opinion of cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Now let's talk about, you said undetermined was the manner?
Indeterminate. You can tell, in Wisconsin, we used undetermined. In Michigan, I have to use indeterminate.
All right, so quickly just explain the significance of a manner of death conclusion by a medical examiner.
Well, a medical examiner, the statutory responsibilities is to determine the cause and manner of death. And we do that by evaluating the circumstances of the case. We look, in some rare cases, I would say uncommonly, we would do autopsies on probably a third of the cases we examine. And then we also require and do routine toxicology and other types of tests. And by using all that information together, in addition to records and reports from outside individuals, we would make a determination as to the cause of death. And part of that, we would look at the circumstances and the autopsy and all the information we had, and we make a determination on the manner of death.
And what are your options from your perspective as to announcing a manner of death?
In this case or overall?
Overall.
Overall, we have 5. We have homicide, accident, suicide, natural, and undetermined.
And how do you reach a determination of undetermined?
Well, the way I describe it is that you can't make a decision. You can't make a decision between an accident and a suicide, or homicide and an accident, or a natural death and an accident. So in those cases, I reserve the term undetermined. And if you look at medical examiners overall across the country, probably around 2 to 3% of all the cases we investigate end up being undetermined, meaning we can't be sure which specific manner of death to use.
When you say you can't be sure, am I correct that what you mean is the evidence isn't telling you one way or the other to make a decision?
It's not a preponderance either way, correct?
Okay. Can you say, Dr. Jensen, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Joel Acevedo's existing health conditions contributed to his death?
I think in this case, his lung condition was a important component in his death. And it would be my opinion that, but for these other conditions, that he most likely would have survived a prone restraint episode.
The one that you saw on the body cameras?
And that was that I saw and that was described, yes.
And based on the medical evidence that you reviewed?
Correct.
Nothing further for Dr. Jensen.
Thank you. It's about 5 minutes to noon. So we're going to break for lunch. And Dr. Jensen, I'm going to ask you to come back after lunch at 1:30. We'll continue then with Mr. Tiffin and cross-examination. So ladies and gentlemen, you're being released for lunch. Please, again, leave your notebooks on your chairs. And remember, again, you still can't talk about the case. So hold those discussions until deliberations. And all rise for the jury, please. Everyone else, please take your seats. Anything else for the record, Mr. Tiffin?
No.
Mr. Hart, Mr. Powell?
I have one remark. I don't know that we need to put it on the record, though.
Okay. Please, I'll meet with attorneys then. We're in recess for lunch. We'll start again at 1:30. Thanks. Yeah, is the doctor's here? Yeah, so we'll do things in the order we discussed. So, everyone ready? Okay. We're back on the record, everyone, after lunch. It's 1:30 p.m. I understand all the jurors are present. They're in the jury room. They're not yet in the courtroom. There's one issue we need to address before Dr. Jensen returns.
Yes, I expect that after the state finishes its cross with Dr. Jensen, that our next witness would be Mr. Mattioli. And we've discussed it with the parties in chambers, and I think scheduling-wise, it's probably appropriate to engage in the colloquy with Mr. Mattioli now.
Okay. Mr. Mattioli, I have a few questions for you about that decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First, do you understand that you have a constitutional right to testify?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand that you have a constitutional right not to testify?
I do.
Do you understand that this decision, whether to testify or not, is for you to make?
Yes.
Has anyone made any threats or promises to try to influence your decision?
No.
Have you discussed your decision, whether or not to testify, with your attorneys, Mr. Hart and Mr. Powell?
Yes, I have.
Have you made a decision?
Yes.
Okay, and what is your decision?
To testify.
Okay. Right, and Mr. Hart and Mr. Powell, have you had the sufficient opportunity to thoroughly discuss this case and the decision whether or not to testify with your client, Mr. Mattioli? Mr. Hart?
We have, Your Honor.
And Mr. Powell?
Yes, Your Honor.
And gentlemen, are you satisfied that he is making this decision knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily? Mr. Hart?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Powell?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Well, after that discussion and having been present for the duration of the trial, I do find that Mr. Mattioli is making this decision knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and the court accepts his waiver of his right not to testify. And so we'll proceed then. I'm going to ask Dr. Jensen to return, and we'll be bringing in the jury. And Deputy,
Before Mr. Tiffin begins his cross, I'm going to move into exhibits I don't think I did, 40 and 45.
40 and 45.
Yeah, the CV and a photograph other than that.
Okay. Mr. Tiffin, any objection?
No.
Exhibits 40 and 45 are received and marked. Dr. Jensen, thank you. Deputy, if you could bring in the jury, please.
I'll move them in front of the jury as well, Judge.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Powell, you had 2 exhibits you wanted to refer to.
Yes, this would formally move Exhibits 40, Dr. Jensen's CV, and Exhibit 45, photograph of Mr. Acevedo in depth.
Thank you. That was exhibit 40, correct?
40, yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Tiffin,
No objection.
exhibits 40 and 45 are received and marked. Back then to, now we're starting with Mr. Tiffin on cross-examination.
Dr. Jensen, the role of a medical examiner at its heart in some ways is to determine a cause of death, correct?
In some cases, yes.
And in your role previously with the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, that is an office independent of law enforcement, the District Attorney's Office, Public Defender's Office, anybody else, correct?
It's a separate statutory office, correct?
And you don't consider yourself, when you were doing that, an advocate for any side, correct?
No.
In your current position, do you still ascribe to that? You're not an advocate, you're simply trying to look at information in determining a cause of death.
Exactly. I haven't changed my process in looking at cases, whether I'm a paid expert witness or I'm working for my local medical examiner's office.
When we broke right before lunch, essentially, I think the last couple, the points you made was, it was your opinion that Mr. Acevedo most likely would have survived Mr. Mattioli being on his back if he didn't have these pre-existing conditions, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, Mr. Acevedo had been living with those conditions for a while, correct?
Yes, he had.
The difference between life and then death was Mr. Mattioli being on his back.
That was an important aspect of the prone restraint cardiac arrest, correct?
The slides you looked at, those slides were cuttings of the lungs after Mr. Mattioli, or excuse me, after Mr. Acevedo had died, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Acevedo had obviously been on a ventilator from the 19th until death was declared on the 25th. The heart was taken off, removed from the body on the 27th, and then I imagine he was taken off the ventilator. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What does a ventilator do to the lungs?
Ventilators typically over time, because the person is static, typically they develop pneumonia. There may be something that we call ARDS, which are membranes that form, but the findings that were in the lung related to asthma were not something that developed over 5 days. Those are chronic, debilitating structural problems that occurred because of long-term asthma.
Again, those are conditions that he had been living with, correct?
The lung, yes. The other medical and the assault-like activity, those were new.
In response to being retained to consult in this case, you ended up providing a 6-page report, correct?
Yes.
And in that report, you write, and I quote, "There was no definitive pathological evidence that there was significant compression using a, quote, chokehold, end quote, on Mr. Acevedo." Correct?
Yes.
And the definitive pathological evidence that you didn't see was that the autopsy done by Dr. Peterson on the 28th of April, the strap muscles were uninjured, correct?
Correct.
Strap muscles are where on the neck?
They're on those are the anterior muscles.
So right
of the
around
neck,
your,
right around the larynx and on the sides.
the hyoid bone, hyoid, HYOID, bone, cricoid, and thyroid cartilage are intact, correct?
Correct.
The hyoid bone is where?
The hyoid bone is high up in the neck, basically at the base of the tongue.
The cricoid and thyroid cartilage are where?
Those are basically around the Adam's apple portion of your front neck.
And the mucosa of the larynx, trachea, and bronchia is pintan and unremarkable, correct?
Yes, that's the inside lining of the large airway.
If there had been observed injury to any of those, then you would have had, to use your phrase, definitive pathological evidence of significant compression, correct?
But there would have been some objective evidence, correct?
So we know there's no objective evidence. That doesn't mean, though, that there wasn't some interference with breathing, does it? I mean, let me ask you this. A person could walk up to me and put their arm around my neck such that the crook of their elbow is here, okay? And they might squeeze, not injuring me, but I might have a hard time breathing. Would you agree with that?
That would, what you're describing is a typical carotid chokehold where there's compression of the blood flow on both sides of the neck. We've got large blood vessels on the side of the neck you can feel pulsating. And a carotid chokehold is designed to inhibit blood from coming back from the brain to the heart and from the heart to the brain. So that's typically what's used as a judo hold or something to render someone unconscious quickly. You wouldn't expect there to be extensive hemorrhage there depending upon the level of struggle, I guess.
As part of the information you looked at, you viewed 45 pictures taken of Mr. Acevedo at St. Luke's, correct?
I don't know how many there were, but there were photographs, yes. Correct, 45.
This is exhibit 15, correct?
Yes.
Inside of it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 pictures, correct?
Yes.
These are all pictures of Mr. Acevedo in the hospital, correct?
Correct.
Petechial hemorrhages are when small blood vessels, not vessels,
Yeah, capillaries, correct.
burst, correct?
Correct.
And what can cause them to burst?
Pressure, back pressure from the thorax, congestive heart failure, like I mentioned, excessive vomiting, possibly, just forceful pushing, anything that puts strain and back pressure onto the small capillaries.
Put one of the 14 pictures, it's on the monitor. If you don't mind, if you could get off the witness stand.
Sure, doctor, please.
And just point on that picture, are there petechial hemorrhages that you see, and where are they?
Yes, the petechial hemorrhages are around the soft tissues of the eye, in these areas here. Not sure if this is petechial hemorrhages, but really to know some, mainly the upper lids and the soft tissue of the eye.
And then down where I'm pointing around the chest, which would be the left shoulder, or on the right shoulder, how would you describe those?
This is a confluence of small petechial hemorrhage. That there is a number of hemorrhages, and sometimes they They're present on the right lateral neck at the base of their area and over the clavicle and symmetrically on the left side. And now also there's abundant petechiae over the mid-sternal area, as well as tracking down the left side of the arm and over the left bicep.
To you, what does that mean?
So I mentioned that it would be consistent with pressure being applied to the back area, increased pressure to the thorax, pressure to go up in the area and rupture the small blood vessels.
And the thorax is where on the body?
Thorax basically from the neck on down to the level of your ribs.
Okay. If you don't mind staying there. This is another picture, if you don't mind staying. This is another picture that was in Exhibit 15. Does it show any of the petechial hemorrhages?
I believe there's some on the inside of this eye and some on the outside of the eye there.
Okay. A third picture. Did you view anything significant with respect to that, what's depicted there?
Well, actually, this could be an abrasion area. I'm not quite sure, but these look like the petechiae. It's a little distorted based on the.
Any significance with the eye being opened?
No, they're observing or trying to observe any evidence of petechiae in the eyeball or conjunctivitis.
It's another picture. What if,
This is the left eye, and you can see that there is one petechiae in the bottom of the conjunctiva of the left eye.
and what about around where the nose and above the,
There's petechiae in this area that was already described in the upper lid, but this is on the lower eyelid.
okay. Another picture, which would be on the right side of the neck and also roughly in the center of the chest. What did you interpret those to be?
That are separate and also coalesce.
And what causes things to, why would they coalesce?
Because there's multiple areas and they coalesce together. It's not a continuum, but it takes hemorrhages from the blood vessels.
And a bruise, how would you tell? Let me ask you this, there's some pictures of the arm, correct? Where they're, and I'll show those in a moment. Those in your view are bruises, okay. Another picture, which would be the right side of the neck. This is the petechiae you've been talking about?
Correct. And you can see that these are little punctate, salt-like, the size of salt grains, and then over here they kind of coalesce.
Another picture, it's added a measurement in terms of centimeters, correct? Another picture, what did you view this to show?
It's the front part of the petechiae on the right side, over the clavicle, the head of the clavicle here. You can see the neck is up on the top and it's folded down.
This instrument, you recognize what this is? This instrument?
It looks like a breathing device.
And as one looks at the picture just to the left of it, and then farther along the left, are those also petechiae that have coalesced? This picture, petechiae being measured? And then you had talked about this morning, but you also mentioned now, this is the arm, correct? And what I've just pointed to, are these the bruises on the arm? I don't know if I printed it out, but do they appear to be?
Yes, I mean, I'm putting my hand there to kind of demonstrate how these are consistent with finger and thumb marks.
Just a little different view bruises, correct?
Very kind of faint here because of the projection. Can I have time?
Yes.
So if there was an incision into those bruises, there would be hemorrhage underneath that and underlying.
And by hemorrhage, you would see blood, is that what you mean? And then this picture,
Is the right arm, and I don't see a bruise.
although this is the right arm, too, do you see something appears to be measuring here? Or not?
It appears to do that, yes.
Okay. Thanks, you can go back. Thank you. Yesterday, I know you weren't here, but there was testimony from Dr. Tolomek, and you know who she is, correct?
Do.
You had in fact had hired her, correct?
I did.
And you know also from the autopsy done by Dr. Peterson that their opinion is that the cause of death was anoxic encephalopathy, correct?
Yes, due to traumatic asphyxia.
Due to traumatic. Your opinion is it's prone restraint cardiac arrest, correct?
Right.
How are those different? Just explain.
I would just describe it as the asphyxia due to traumatic asphyxia anoxic encephalopathy due to a traumatic asphyxia would focus on the brain effect of lack of oxygen. Okay, that's what happened. The brain died because it didn't have enough oxygen. And that's fairly rapid in probably about 3 to 6 minutes of not getting enough oxygen to your brain. You have irreversible brain injury. And so that certification emphasizes the endpoint that he had brain death due to traumatic asphyxia. And traumatic asphyxia is defined as having pressure over the chest and the upper abdomen area. And my opinion as to prone restraint cardiac arrest would bring in other aspects of the mechanism of death, including the cardiac effects and the metabolic acidosis that has occurred when there's decreased blood flow to muscles and other organs, and would encompass more of the mechanism of how that occurs.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the opinion that I told you was here yesterday and yours are sort of focusing on Mr. Acevedo suffered, his brain didn't get enough oxygen, correct?
Correct.
The focus of Dr. Tolomek, her opinion, is focused on the lack of oxygen due to compression. You've taken a broader perspective?
Correct. Yes, correct. It includes the decreased inspirational air that's caused. It includes the increase in carbon dioxide retention. It includes the decreased blood volume that occurs, and also includes the metabolic acidosis that occurs. So there's a component of asphyxiation. There's a component of metabolic acidosis, and there's a component of cardiac failure.
To use the idea of a chicken and the egg. Is there any way to say what came first? Do you understand that? Like, did the compression on the back result in insufficient air causing the heart, in your opinion, stop bleeding, or did the heart stop bleeding after the first? If you get there.
As I mentioned earlier, the literature has indicated that the prone position is inherently safe, but for other conditions such as violent activity, exertion, potentially drugs, and other natural disease. And that the studies show that with compression on the chest, there's a decrease in the amount of air you can bring in, but not necessarily how much oxygen is in your blood. So it's the point that you're not getting enough air into, or oxygen to your muscles, but you just require much more oxygen than is typically supplied. You need 10 times the amount because of this exertion.
Judge, the state's going to move into evidence, Exhibit 15, which are those pictures, and I have no further questions of Dr. Jensen.
Thank you. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 15 is received and marked. And back to Mr. Powell.
Just briefly, Dr. Jensen, Mr. Tiffin sort of began by asking you a question to the effect of Mr. Acevedo's been living with these medical conditions for a while, and the only difference now was Mr. Mattioli at some point was on his back during this episode. Do you remember that question?
I did.
And you sort of agreed that's part of the picture, that Mr. Mattioli was on his back, correct?
Correct.
Part of your opinion, though, and testimony is that if Mr. Mattioli had been in the same position with a healthy person or somebody without Mr. Acevedo's conditions, that person most likely would not have succumbed the way Mr. Acevedo did.
That's my opinion, yes.
And if I was understanding the last thing you were talking about regarding a compression in a prone restraint can impact the volume of air coming in, but not necessarily the oxygenation of the blood, is that right?
Correct.
So someone like Mr. Acevedo, because of his respiratory disease, is it fair to say his oxygenation of the blood is lesser than a healthy person?
I would anticipate it would be yes.
Okay, so he's getting less air coming in. That's maybe part of the problem, but another part of the problem, if not a bigger part of the problem, is he has lower oxygenated blood, right?
It would result in a hypoxia that he would have occurred. There was a note in, I think, Dr. Pearl's report that indicated when he was sick, he was only bringing in 44% of his anticipated oxygen level. So his tidal volume when he took a big deep breath was only 40% of what would be predicted for somebody of a normal, healthy person.
And Dr. Pearl's report indicated that went up and down over time with Mr. Acevedo.
With treatment, correct.
And so that is a factor, in your professional opinion, that played a role in Mr. Acevedo's death.
Yes.
And lastly, just to be clear, the pictures that Mr. Tiffin just went with you, you were looking at a lot of petechiae around the eye, correct?
In the soft tissue around the eyelids, correct.
That's the orbital or supraorbital region?
Correct.
Supra being above the eye, suborbital being below the eye, correct?
Yes.
And again, that petechiae or those petechiae around the eye are consistent with the downward chest compression, correct?
In my opinion, yes.
The ones you would see if there was neck compression are more in the eye, in the conjunctiva.
Typically, yes, and I would also anticipate there to be prominent cyanosis or bluish discoloration of the face due to unoxygenated blood accumulating in the facial area.
And that was not something reported by the responders to the scene.
I did not see it mentioned or observed by EMTs, no.
Nothing further for Dr. Jensen.
Thank you. Mr. Tiffin?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jensen.
Have we discharged, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Yes, you can step down. Defense, your next witness, Mr. Hart, Mr. Powell.
Thank you. Defense calls Michael Mattioli.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain or penalty of perjury? Thank you. You can have a seat there. Speak clearly into the microphone. State your name and spell it for the record.
First name Michael, Michael. Last name Mattioli, Mattioli.
Thank you. Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mattioli, what part of the city do you currently reside?
In the south side of Milwaukee.
And were you born and raised on the south side of Milwaukee?
I was.
Did you go to high school on the south side of Milwaukee?
In St. Francis, yes.
Where in St. Francis?
Thomas More High School.
And did you graduate from Thomas More High School?
I did.
And tell us what year you graduated from Thomas More High School.
That was 2005.
And when you graduated from Thomas More High School in 2005, can you tell us, please, how you continued the rest of your adult life?
In 2006, I was hired with the Milwaukee Police Department as a police aide.
And how long is the police aid program?
You stay a police aide until you reach 21 years of age, and then you enter the police academy.
So roughly 3 years?
Right.
When you completed the police aid program, did you then continue on at the police academy?
I did.
And how long is the academy program?
Roughly 6 months.
So you get 3 years of pre-police training as an intern, and then you get full police training at the academy, is that right?
Correct.
And when you graduated from the academy, were you then sworn in as a Milwaukee police officer?
I was.
And were you assigned to a particular district?
I was. I went to District 7.
And did you remain at District 7 your entire career as a police officer?
Not the entire time, no.
Take us through your progression as a police officer, please, from the time you began at District 7 until the time you got a new assignment.
Sure. I started at District 7 in 2009. I stayed there for only a few weeks, and I shipped off to go to basic training for the Army.
Tell us about that. How is it that a brand-new officer who had just completed the training program and then had gone to the academy decided to enlist in the National Guard?
I enlisted in the National Guard before I went through the police academy, but the Army was kind enough to put off my shipment date until after I graduated the police academy.
Right. And tell us why a aspiring young officer would enlist in the National Guard.
I felt the need to serve my country, and I could do both at the same time. I could be a police officer and be in the National Guard at the same time.
Another way to say that is serve your community and serve your country at the same time.
Right.
All right. And after you completed basic training in the reserves, did you then return to District 7 as a full-time Milwaukee police officer?
I did.
All right. And tell us about your career at District 7.
Sure. I started off District 7. I started field training. I finished that. And then for the first summer, I walked the beat. And then after that, I became a general patrol officer for a few years. After a few years of general patrol, I joined a burglary suppression unit in District 7, and later I joined the anti-gang unit in District 7, and I remained there for the remainder of my time at District 7.
District 7 patrols what part of the city of Milwaukee?
The district itself is on 36 and Fond du Lac, and the borders are roughly from Center Street north to Villard, 32nd Street all the way west to the border of Wauwatosa area.
And with respect to those specific task force, are those merit-based? I mean, how does one get in the position to serve in that capacity?
I expressed my my interest in working on those units, and then I was ultimately picked by a supervisor.
All right. And then you moved your career as an officer downtown, is that right?
I did. I was accepted onto the robbery task force downtown Milwaukee.
And where is the robbery task force, or where was the robbery task force at that time based?
It was in the District Number 1 building down here,
Right next door.
right over there.
And you were part of the robbery task force. Was that a particular unit within District 1 or CIB, I think it was called?
Right, it was a unit within the Criminal Investigation Bureau.
The robbery task force was within the Criminal Investigation Bureau at District 1.
Right,
And did you remain as a part of the Criminal Investigation Bureau until your time with the department ended?
I did, yes.
All right. I want to direct your attention to March of the year 2020. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And around March 2000, well, let me back up. When you came downtown into the CIB and the robbery task force, were you afforded certain privileges in terms of additional outside work?
I was.
All right, tell us about that, please.
As a police officer, you can work multiple different overtime events downtown, like at the Pfizer Forum or Summerfest events or at the Northwestern Mutual building.
And did you take advantage of that?
I did. I worked a lot of those.
And in particular, with respect to the Northwestern Mutual Life building, you were working overtime as a Milwaukee police officer patrolling that campus, is that right?
Right.
And in that context, did you have occasion to meet a fellow by the name of Joel Acevedo?
Yes, he was working at the Northwestern Mutual building as a security guard, and that's how I met him.
All right. And do you have a belief as to what time frame you first met Mr. Acevedo while the two of you were working at Northwestern Mutual?
It was in 2019. I don't know the exact time.
All right. Moving ahead then to 2020 and in March, well, let me ask it this way. Before March of 2020, did you ever have any other kind of relationship with Mr. Acevedo other than a professional relationship at NML?
We, over the course of about a year of me working at Northwestern, we became friendly, and we were able to socialize at one time together.
And would that have been in March of 2020?
It was.
All right, that's really what I'm trying to get at in an awkward way. So in 2020, you and Mr. Acevedo went out socially for the first time, is that right?
We did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked, actually received in that. You saw the picture of yourself, Mr. Acevedo, and Mr. Janowski from March of 2020?
Earlier in this case, yes, I did.
Do you recall that photograph?
I do.
As I recall it, it was the three of you gentlemen dressed in green T-shirts out celebrating something. Is that fair?
Right. It was a St. Patrick's Day celebration.
All right, tell us what you remember about that particular day.
The four of us went out to it was a pub crawl. We went down.
I'll stop you for a minute. The photograph shows you, Mr. Janowski, and Mr. Acevedo. Do you believe there was an additional person?
Right, Chris Peters was there also.
Mr. Peters was with you, but not part of that photograph.
Right.
All right, continue, I'm sorry.
The four of us went to the bars downtown Milwaukee here. It was a pub crawl for St. Patrick's Day. It was nothing spectacular. It was nothing out of the ordinary.
Unremarkable in most respects.
Right.
Was it significant relative to the facts of this case because that is the day that you introduced Mr. Janowski and Mr. Peters to Mr. Acevedo?
Right, that was the first time.
Prior to that day, Mr. Acevedo was only known to you, is that right?
Correct.
All right. And did Mr. Acevedo appear to get along with Mr. Janowski and Mr. Peters after you made that introduction?
Yes.
And in fact, do you have a recollection of approximately what time you called it quits from the pub crawl?
I do. It was about 9 o'clock. I went home.
And how'd you get home?
I took an Uber.
All right. And did Mr. Janowski and Mr. Peters and Mr. Acevedo remain?
I know Andrew went home around the same time as me, and Christopher and Joel stayed behind.
Mr. Acevedo and Mr. Peters continued the party.
Right.
All right. Fast forward now to the next month, April 18th of 2020, the reason that we're all here today. You remember that night?
I do.
Clear as day?
I remember.
And how was it that you, Mr. Acevedo, Mr. Peters, and Mr. Janowski came together that particular night?
It was a Saturday night, and I invited them to come over to my house.
And what was your purpose in inviting over those three guys?
Just to come over and have a couple of drinks and sit around we had a fire in the backyard, and that was all.
And did you do that?
We did.
And did you remain outside the whole night?
No. Eventually, we went inside the house.
And had you been drinking most of the night from the time all three of your guests arrived until the end of the night?
Yes, we did.
And would that apply equally to all four of you?
Yes, all of us.
And was there an understanding before they came over as to whether Mr. Peters or Mr. Janowski, or for that matter, Mr. Acevedo, were going to spend the night, or was there not an understanding?
There was an understanding for Christopher and for Andrew. They had both slept in my house before, so it was kind of just implied that they were welcome to stay over. Joel had never slept in my house before, but at some time during the night, he asked me, "Is it okay if I sleep over?" And I said, "Yeah, absolutely. We've all been drinking, so it's fine. You can stay here."
Had Mr. Acevedo ever even been to your home before that night?
He had been there the night that we were talking about, the Shamrock Shuffle. We all met at my house, but then we never went inside my house that day. So he had been there one other time.
All right, so at some point during the night, you had conversation with Mr. Acevedo, made it clear to him that it was okay, since he had had that too much to drink, that he could stay over, no problem.
Right?
All right. And did you move the party inside at some point?
Yes, eventually we went inside.
And when you went inside, where'd you go?
We sat in the kitchen at the kitchen table.
And people continued to drink?
Yes, we did.
All right. And as far as you knew, Mr. Mattioli, was alcohol the only substance being consumed that night by you and your guests?
As far as I knew, yes.
At any point, did you observe any of your guests using cocaine or engaging in conduct that was suggestive of cocaine use?
No.
And so if it was going on, you had no knowledge of it, and it was being kept from you, is that fair?
That's fair.
Had you known that your guests were using cocaine, an illicit, illegal narcotic in your home, how would you have responded?
I would have kicked him out of my house.
Okay, you're a sworn police officer, you were at the time, and are you a drug user, or were you a drug user yourself?
No.
So, do you have a recollection of what time approximately you called it quits for the night?
I don't remember the exact time I went to bed. I know it was late. It was after midnight sometime.
Right. And based upon your recollection, were you the first or last to go to bed?
I don't remember exactly who all went to bed at what time, but I believe Andrew was going to sleep around the same time as me.
And do you know where Mr. Janowski slept that evening?
He slept on the couch in the living room on the first floor.
And where did you go to sleep for the night?
I went upstairs in my bedroom.
And when you got to your bedroom, did you brush your teeth, get in your pajamas, climb under the covers, and go night-night?
Nope, I just laid in bed and went to sleep.
In your clothes?
Yes,
Kind of fell into your bed on top of your sheets and passed out. Is that fair?
that's fair.
And did you remain there until the following morning?
I did.
And how were you awakened the following morning?
I woke up because I felt somebody touching me, and I felt somebody rummaging through my pocket of my pants that I had on, my right pocket.
Your right front pants pocket?
Right?
And did you open your eyes?
I did.
And what did you see?
I saw that it was Joel standing over me, and he was rummaging through my pockets. And I woke up and I stood up, or I'm sorry, I sat up on the bed, and he quickly took his hand out of my pocket and took a step back.
And what did you do?
I asked him, I said, "What are you doing?"
And did he respond?
No, he was silent. He didn't say anything back.
And what did you do next?
The next thing I said to him was, "Really, you're going to steal from me just like that?"
And what did you mean by that?
Just what I said. I asked him, basically, why are you stealing from me?
This was your friend in your home.
Right?
You had invited him over, and now you had discovered his hand in your pocket while you were sleeping.
Right?
You asked him about it.
I'm sorry, say that again?
And you asked him about it.
I did.
And he had no answer.
He didn't respond.
What did he do next?
I asked him what he was doing. He didn't respond. Then I said, "Really, why are you stealing from me?" And then he immediately became defensive, loud, angry. He started yelling, saying, "No, I didn't steal from you. I didn't steal from you." And while he was doing that, he was taking other things out of his pockets and throwing them at me and saying, look, I didn't steal anything from you. And I'm still laying on my bed, and he's throwing all these things that he had in his pockets on me.
Well, denying that he was doing what you suspected he was doing.
Right,
What you saw him do.
right.
And what you felt him do.
That's right.
Okay, then what happened?
The next thing I said was, "You need to leave my house right now."
And why did you tell him that?
Because I had just seen him trying to steal from me in my bedroom, and it was in my dark bedroom. I knew what he was doing, even though he's denying it. I knew it just happened.
Okay. So, what happened next?
I stood up out of bed, and I told him, "You need to leave." I stood up out of bed, and he walked down the stairs first, and I walked behind him.
And the two of you arrived on the first floor within seconds of one another?
Right?
Did you continue to tell him he needed to leave?
I did. I told him to leave my house probably about 15 times, and he refused.
Now, when you got to the bottom of the stairs, that's right at the front door, is that right?
The front door is there, yes, at the bottom of the stairs.
Right. Is that a door that you commonly used?
No, we'd never really used that door.
And was there a reason you didn't use the door?
Yeah, yes. Everybody just used the kitchen door in my house, the side door, and the front door, something was wrong with the door handle. It was really messed up, so nobody really used it.
Just functionally, it's not a door you used in your home.
That's right.
Is your home a palace?
No, it was not a palace.
Modest, small, south side home.
It was a small house.
Okay, so Joel, you need to leave, you need to leave, you need to leave. What's he doing in response?
We're in the living room. Joel was in the living room. He was pacing back and forth in my living room. And I just kept telling him, "No, you need to leave." I was pointing like this towards my kitchen door, saying, "You need to get out of my house."
Let me stop you there. What you saw, Mr. Acevedo, in terms of the pacing and the aggression and the anger, is that the way Mr. Acevedo had appeared to you either the previous night when you were all sitting out by the fire and then later as you came in, or any point prior to that in your relationship with him?
No. In the morning, he was a completely different person than I've ever seen him before.
Okay, so you're pointing to the kitchen door, you need to leave, and he's pacing back and forth, and what does Mr. Acevedo do next?
Well, he was yelling at me. I was telling him to leave, and he would say, "No, fuck you. I didn't do anything." And other words I can't remember. He was pacing back and forth, and Andy was sleeping on the couch right there. Joel shook Andy and woke him up. And Andy stood up off from the couch and just kind of stood there and was probably trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay, what was going on?
Well, I was yelling at Joel to leave the house, and he was yelling back at me. That's what was happening right there.
And to that point, had anyone come into physical contact with anyone else?
Not yet.
Did that change?
It did.
When?
Shortly after this, Christopher Peters came upstairs. This is the point when Joel, he lunged at me and he hit me in my chest area right here.
When you say he hit you, did he punch you? Did he grab you? Did he slap you?
He lunged at me with his right arm and kind of pushed me, hit me right here.
Right. And did you stagger from that?
I took a step back.
And describe for this jury, please, what size of man Mr. Acevedo was.
He was a large man. He was about as tall as me. I'm 6'3". He was around 270 pounds, and I was about 230 pounds at the time.
So to lay this scene out, you're in your small living room in a small, modest home. Mr. Acevedo is refusing to leave. He's pacing back and forth in a way that you've never seen him before, and he reaches out and pushes you in your chest, making physical contact with you for the first time.
That's right.
You mentioned Mr. Peters. Do you know where he slept that evening?
I think he slept in the basement.
And you say he came up. Does that mean that you saw him walk up from the basement to the first floor where you, Mr. Janowski, and Mr. Acevedo were standing?
Right. Christopher walked up. Well, he walked around the corner right from where the basement door was. So I assumed he came from the basement.
Okay, I'll show you what's been received as Exhibit 25, and ask you if that is the area of your living room, the stairs leading upstairs from where you and Mr. Acevedo came, and the archway where Mr. Peters came up from the basement.
That's right.
You can actually see all of those things in Exhibit 25, am I right?
Yes.
When Mr. Peters came up from the basement, where was he standing?
Right in that archway. Kind of around the corner to the left, but in the archway.
I'm
Right.
pointing with my index finger on the left side of the archway. Is that where you're describing?
Yes.
And that would be an area just around the corner from the landing of the stairway leading down to the basement.
That's right.
And where was Mr. Acevedo, as you recall?
He was standing right near the Kramer poster right there.
I'm pointing in the middle underneath this poster. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
Of where Mr. Acevedo was at this point?
Yes.
And where were you?
Just to the left of that, by the stairs.
And when Mr. Acevedo lunges at you for the first time, does anything get knocked over?
Not that time, no.
Okay, so you've seen a photograph with the lamp. Where was the lamp stationed?
I had that tall silver lamp, and that was standing right by the poster, right there.
And when you say by the poster, was it on the left, in the middle, or on the right side?
I believe it was right to the right of the poster.
Right here, where my index finger is now.
Right.
Was it plugged into this outlet, if you know?
Yes.
Okay. What happens after Mr. Acevedo lays hands on you and Mr. Peters now is up on the landing in the first floor?
I remember, I pointed at Joel and I said to Christopher, I looked at Christopher and I said, he was stealing from me. And the next thing I know, Joel swings and punches Christopher right in the face.
Right in the face.
Right in the face. And it was a hard punch. I could hear the connection. It was a good punch.
Bone on bone.
Right, it was like a cracking noise.
Cracking noise of Mr. Acevedo's fist to Mr. Peters' face.
That's right.
What happened to Peters after he got smoked in the face?
Peters fell backwards around that corner and out of my view.
And what happened to Mr. Acevedo after he took the punch at Mr. Peters?
Joel, he took that punch so hard that it knocked him off balance and he fell over. And when he did that, he knocked over that lamp and the lamp fell down towards me and the glass broke everywhere and it was just chaos for a second there.
So the force of Mr. Acevedo's punch at Mr. Peters, suppose coupled with drinking all night, caused him to lose his balance and actually fall on the floor himself?
That's right.
And you described the scene now as chaos.
It was. All that happening in a tight spot. It was tight.
Oh, all in a tight spot.
Right.
So all this jostling is going on in a matter of minutes after you're awakened from a sound sleep.
That's right.
Chaos.
It was.
And as soon as you see Mr. Acevedo on the ground, what do?
I saw Joel, when he fell over, he started to get back up. And that's when I got on top of him because I didn't want him to stand back up. I knew that as soon as he got back up, there was going to be more punches thrown, and I did not want that to happen.
Okay, so you did what?
I got on top of him and tried to basically wrestle him to the ground to keep him back down so he
What
couldn't
was your
stand up.
purpose in doing that? I understand you said you didn't want him to get back up. But did you punch Mr. Acevedo then?
No,
Did
never.
you kick him?
No.
And by the way, did you have a service revolver in the home that day?
I did have my duty gun in the house, yes.
Did you ever for 1 minute think of retrieving your duty revolver?
I did not.
And why didn't you punch Mr. Acevedo in response to him putting his hands on you and punching Mr. Peters in the face?
I didn't feel the need to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to hold him down until the police could arrive.
And as you get on top of him, did he continue to struggle with you?
He did.
And how was he struggling physically?
I was on top of him. He was trying to stand back up, and I was trying to keep him on the ground. And we kind of wrestled our way into the kitchen area.
Okay, and do you have a pet, Mr. Mattioli?
A pet?
Pet.
I do. I have a small dog.
And was the dog around?
It was.
And was there a dog food bowl in the kitchen?
There was.
And in the process of wrestling with Mr. Acevedo and trying to keep him to the ground, did the bowl get knocked over?
It did.
And the lamp you spoke of on, you see that on Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
Is that the lamp that got knocked over as you and Mr. Acevedo are hustling?
Yes, that's it.
And Exhibit 5 shows it at the bottom of the stairway as well, is that right?
Yes.
And that's the stairway leading to the basement, or that's the stairway leading up to your bedroom?
Leading up to my bedroom.
And throughout this struggle, is Mr. Acevedo continuing to try to stand up?
Yes, he was.
And is he making it easy, or is he fighting back?
He was fighting back. I think it was several times I had his arms. I was holding his arms behind his back, or trying to, and he was able to pull away from it, and he was able to stand, not completely stand up, but he was able to get up on his hands and knees with me on him several times.
You've just motioned with your two hands. Tell us and describe for us what you were trying to do with your hands and Mr. Acevedo's arms.
I had each one of my hands wrapped around his arms a few different times, and I was just trying to hold his hands or his arms back so he couldn't, so I could get him on the ground.
With varying degrees of success.
Right.
Did there come a time when Mr. Acevedo stopped struggling with you?
Eventually we calmed down and were basically exhausted from struggling for so long.
You included.
Right.
And what did Mr. Acevedo do that demonstrated that he was exhausted?
He, at some point in the kitchen, he stopped struggling with me. So, or he stopped trying to stand up. So I stood up, and I got my cell phone out and I dialed 911.
I'm going to play that call for you.
Okay.
Just want to remind everyone in the gallery, no reactions are allowed. I've seen some reactions. If I see one more, that person is leaving.
Mr. Mattioli, I am going to play Exhibit 1, which is the 911 tape. You've heard that before, yes?
Yes.
The state introduced it through Investigator Bloom earlier this week.
Right.
All right, we're going to go slowly because I want you to describe for us what was going on throughout this call.
Okay.
We are at the point now where Mr. Acevedo has stopped struggling with you. You stood up and called 911. Is that what you said?
Right.
All right.
Can you put the system on my computer?
Sure.
Hello? Yes, 911. Hey,
Stop this. Who says hello?
That was me.
And is that the 911 operator that says 911?
Right.
Thank you.
I need help over at my house. What's that?
Is that you?
Yes, it was.
And what do you tell the 911 operator?
I said I'm an off-duty officer and I need help at my house.
And what did you mean by that?
Just what I said. I needed help. I needed somebody to help me over there.
Help you with Mr. Acevedo.
Correct.
Because he had just attempted to steal from you and punch Mr. Peters in the face.
That's right.
Okay, please.
Who's the man of the room? What is the address? Hello, what is the address? Oh yeah. Hello?
You hear, oh yeah, fuck you, do you hear that?
I do.
Who's that?
That was me.
And are you answering the 911 caller? I'm sorry, are you answering the 911 operator?
I don't think so. At that time, I lost control of my phone.
And so you believe that you no longer are in control of your phone?
Right.
And Mr. Acevedo, was he still prone on the ground?
He was when I made the call. When I first made the call, I was standing up over him. I was watching him, and I was making the phone call, and he was yelling some things. And then after I said I'm an off-duty officer, I need help, that's when he tried to stand back up, and I tried to get him to stay down where he was.
All right, Mr. Acevedo was able to hear that you were calling the police, asking them for help to come and assist you.
He did, because he was right, I was right above him.
Okay, please.
Hello?
Stop it right there. What's going on right now?
Joel and I were struggling with each other in the kitchen. I was trying to get him again to stay down, and he was trying to get back up.
You punching him now?
No,
Ever throw a punch at him?
no, I never threw a punch at him.
Where are your hands?
I don't remember exactly the timeline of the call, but I was holding his arms behind his, or trying to hold his arms behind his back several times.
Okay. To try to force him back down on the ground, for what purpose?
I wanted to keep him there until the police showed up.
Police had now been called,
Right,
and you assume they were on their way.
yes.
Please.
Hello? Hey, 4502 West Cruiser Avenue. 4502 West Cruiser Avenue.
All right, who is that speaking?
That was me.
And what are you telling the 911 operator?
That was my address.
Where to send help?
Right.
Please.
What's going on there?
What was that?
What is going on at the location?
West Freeway.
What is going on there?
There's the man that's attacking us. Who's that?
That was Christopher Peters.
And is Peters repeating your address to the 911 operator?
I think he did, yes.
And are you continuing to struggle with Mr. Acevedo as he resists your attempt to keep him on the ground?
Right.
Please.
The man, police officer's house. This man is attacking us.
Okay, what's this man's name?
The man attacking us, his name is Joel.
You said Joel. Is he white, black, Hispanic?
What did Mr. Peters just say to the 911 operator?
He said there was a man attacking us, and his name was Joel.
And who? So the man that he was referring to was Mr. Acevedo?
Correct.
And he had attacked you. Mr. Peters tells the 911 operator that in real time, yes?
He did.
Is that because that's what happened?
Yes.
Play it, please.
Asian?
He's, his man. And, yeah. Michael Mattioli, police officer. Right here.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Michael Mattioli, and then police officer, the house.
Now, do you hear what appears to be heavy breathing?
Yes.
Who's that breathing?
I don't know exactly. It was either me or Joel.
Were you breathing hard?
We were both, we were struggling for quite some time, so yes.
Okay, thank you.
Where at? The man is attacking all of us. Just fucking lay down, motherfucker!
Anyone?
And Peters said he's attacking all of us? Is that what he said?
Yes, he did.
That was Mr. Peters who said that?
Right.
Is that because that's what was happening?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Yeah, just please come as soon as possible.
Sir, I need you to just answer the questions. Is anyone hurt?
Oh, boy. Yeah. I'm a fucking bleeding nose.
911 operator asked Mr. Peters, is anybody hurt?
Right.
You hear that?
I did.
And how did he answer?
Christopher said he had a bloody nose.
He said he was hurt.
Right.
Did he say that because he was hurt?
He must have.
Oh, he got punched in the face. You saw it.
Right.
He wasn't making that up, was he?
No,
Please. Did you punch him?
I did not.
Mr. Janowski, did you punch him?
No.
Sorry, swear to you.
Do you need medical attention?
No, I don't. Fucking lay down. I ain't you, asshole. You fucking did.
How many people were attacked, sir?
You wanna fucking blame this on me? Dude. You don't blame us on everybody dodging you.
911 operator says, how many people were attacked, sir? Did you hear that?
I did.
And how did Mr. Peters respond to that?
I don't remember what he said.
I thought I heard two. Is that because two people were attacked?
Yes, they were,
You and Mr. Peters?
right?
Thank you. Please.
You fucking did this. Yeah, Michael, don't worry.
Two people, including you, or you and one other person, sir?
Me and one other person.
Okay.
Yeah, murder himself.
Okay, and Joel is still there, correct?
Correct. Oh, yeah! Yes, he is.
And your name?
Yeah. I'm Chris.
Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Chris, 4502 West Cleveland Avenue. Is this a single family house?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, we got help on the way, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right.
You're an asshole.
All right, what did she say at the end of that call?
I think she said help is on the way.
Her on the way, help is on the way. Did you hear her say that?
I did.
What did you believe what was on the way?
I knew the police were on their way,
Okay. So, is that what you wanted?
right? That's why I called.
Why? Why?
Because Joel was, I mean, I just saw him trying to steal from me, and then he started assaulting people in the house, so, and he was refusing to leave, so that's why I called the police.
And you were waiting for their help.
I was.
And did Mr. Acevedo want to leave?
No,
When given the opportunity to do so, did he leave?
no, he did not.
How many times do you think you asked him to leave your home when he refused?
About 15 times. I just kept yelling at him, yelling, get out of my house, get out of my house.
Initially, were you keeping him there against his will?
No,
At what point did you try to restrain him?
only after he started throwing punches,
And chaos ensued.
right?
You know how the 911 call ended?
Christopher had the phone, so I don't know exactly, I mean, I heard it just now. They
You
said,
didn't say hang up the phone or anything like that.
no.
And where was Mr. Janowski at this point?
I don't know the exact timeline, but at some point during the struggle, Andrew Janowski came and held down Joel's legs.
Did you ask him to do that?
No,
Did you say grab him, get him, hurt him, punch him, choke him?
no, I didn't say anything like that.
Or whatever Mr. Janowski did, he did it on his own.
That's right.
And during the struggle, do you ever check to make sure Mr. Acevedo is okay?
I did.
Tell us.
Eventually, after our fight had toned down, we calmed down a little bit. I know I was exhausted. I checked, I looked down, I saw that he was breathing. I checked, I saw the rise and fall of his chest, and I thought, okay, fight should be over. I know the police will be on their way. I thought everything was good.
All right. And where were you physically in relation to Mr. Acevedo at this point?
I was on his back,
And were you on his mid-back, low back, or upper back?
upper back.
And where were your knees?
My knees were on the ground, straddling him.
Grounded on either side of Mr. Acevedo's shoulders?
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. My knees were down more towards his waist area.
But how about your legs? Were they grounded on the ground or were they on Mr. Acevedo's back?
No, my knees were on the ground.
And where were your hands and arms?
I had my hands down. My right arm was on the floor underneath his neck and chin area, and my right hand was, my right elbow was on the ground, forearm on the ground next to the left side of his head.
Were you choking him?
No,
Were you restricting the airflow to his brain while you had him held to the ground?
no,
Did you ever rear back your elbow and get it underneath his chin so that he wasn't breathing?
no, not at all.
Were you up almost over his shoulders, holding him until the police could arrive?
Yes, that's fair.
I want to show you what I'm going to mark for identification purpose as a let's go to the video, it's easier. Oh, there it is, thank you. I put on the screen the video from April 19th, 20, it's marked 12:38 and 51 seconds. Do I have that right?
I believe the date is right, but that time cannot be right.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just identifying the part of the video.
Right,
You see that?
I do.
You see yourself in this photograph?
I do.
And do you see Mr. Acevedo in this photograph?
I do.
You also see an outline of Mr. Janowski in this photograph.
I do. It's hard to see, but he is there.
And tell us where Mr. Janowski is in this.
I think right where the mouse is, that's Janowski. It's just very dark.
And you, are you aware that Mr. Janowski is there?
Yes,
On his legs?
right.
And do you see where your knees are? Are they anchored on the floor or are they on Mr. Acevedo's back?
They were on the floor.
And do you see Mr. Acevedo's left arm?
I do.
And does that appear to be out at about a 45-degree angle with his palm, or at least his left palm, down flat on the floor?
Yes, almost like a push-up position.
Right. And you appear to be hunched over the top of him. Is that what you recall?
Yes, I do.
And that's where you have told us your right arm is underneath his chin and your left arm is by his head. Is that right?
That's right.
Mr. Mattioli, did you ever lock your right arm with your left hand around Mr. Acevedo's neck at any point during that struggle?
No, I did not.
Was your full weight, body weight, on Mr. Acevedo's back at this point?
No, because I had my knees and my elbows on the ground.
So what is on Mr. What part of you is making contact with Mr. Acevedo?
I guess it was my torso area.
Your chest is making contact with what part of Mr. Acevedo?
His upper back.
And that's what you see in that video still.
That's right.
And is that the position you remain until law enforcement arrives?
Yes.
And in remaining in that position, what is your sole purpose?
Well, the whole reason I did this was to prevent him from hurting me or hurting anybody else and just holding them there until the police could show up. And I knew they were coming because I called them.
Did they get there?
They did.
Do you remember the moment Officer Roach entered your kitchen?
I do.
You remember the first thing he said to you?
Not exactly.
If I told you what he said is, "Who's the officer?" You remember that?
That sounds right.
And did you say, "That's me"?
I did.
And the next thing he said to you was, "He's breathing, isn't he?"
Right?
You remember that?
I do.
How did you respond?
I said, I don't know, but handcuff him.
Then why would you respond that way?
Only moments earlier, we were in a real struggle, and I thought he was perfectly fine. I didn't know that he was hurt. I truly did not know that.
And had you known he was hurt or he wasn't breathing, would you have gotten off him?
Absolutely.
They rolled him over. Do you remember that?
I do.
And they checked him for a pulse, and he was not breathing.
Right.
And you were told to get off his person. Do you remember that?
I was.
And as you did, what did you do?
Oh, as I got up, I took control of Joel's hands and I put him behind his back so that the police could handcuff him.
Why did you do that?
I needed him handcuffed. I thought he was okay. I still considered him to be a threat, and that's the whole reason I called the police, was to have him arrested. So I wanted him handcuffed.
Would you agree with me there's no reason to handcuff a subject or a person, no matter how combative he's been, if he's not breathing?
Right, right.
And so in putting his hands behind his back, can we conclude that you believed he was still breathing and okay?
I did. I thought he was okay.
And then were you taken out of the house?
I was taken out of the house very quickly after that.
And where were you taken?
I was sat in the back of a squad car with an officer.
Was that Officer Buzak?
I believe that was it.
And did you have a conversation with Officer Buzak about what had just happened, why he was there?
We spoke for a few minutes.
And what did you tell him?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Were you respectful to Officer Buzak?
I was.
Did you answer his questions?
I did.
And did you remain in Buzak's car for the rest of the day?
No, I was only with him for a few minutes, I think, and then I was transferred to the back of a different squad car with a sergeant.
That's Sergeant Dolkowitz.
That's right.
Dolkowitz. With a D. And what were you told by Sergeant Dolkowitz about why you were being placed in a sergeant squad car?
I don't exactly remember. They didn't tell me much. They just told me, sit here and stand by.
Now, since you had been awakened by Mr. Acevedo and been in a struggle with Mr. Acevedo, had you yet used the men's room?
I did not.
Did you have to use the men's room at that point?
I did. At some point with that sergeant, I did have to go to the bathroom.
And did you tell the sergeant that?
I did.
Once?
No, I had to tell him several times before he would take me.
Did you tell him you were about to have an emergency unless he got you to the men's room?
I did.
And was then he able to satisfy your request?
Yes, he took me to District 6 so I could go to the bathroom.
How far is District 6 from your residence?
About a mile or two, not far.
And you were able then to use the facilities, and then did you return to the scene or remain at District 6?
He brought me back to the scene.
And did you remain in Sergeant Dolkowitz's squad?
I did.
For an hour?
No,
For 2 hours?
no,
For 3 hours?
no.
For 4 hours?
It was about 4.5 or 5 hours, I think.
In Sergeant Dolkowitz's squad?
Right,
At the scene?
right.
And what's going on in the scene while you remain in Sergeant Dolkowitz's squad?
There was a huge scene of police there. They had my whole street taped off. The news media was there already. The chief showed up. Everybody was there, basically.
And what did you think was going on?
I knew there was a big scene going on, but I didn't quite understand exactly why.
Did you have any appreciation at all at that point for the condition Mr. Acevedo was in?
I didn't. I thought he was okay.
Okay, when you were inside the home and you got off him and they turned him over, Officer Roach and his partner began chest compressions on him. You were there for that, weren't you?
I was.
And you understood, did you not, that chest compressions are necessary when a person's not breathing?
Yes, I understand that.
Did you process that?
I don't think I did. That moment in the kitchen, I was in complete shock and disbelief. I honestly could not believe what was happening, and I didn't believe it.
And why didn't you believe it?
Well, I know what I did. I know I wasn't choking him. I know, so I thought he would be okay. I didn't think there was any way that he could be hurt like that, and I didn't process it. It didn't make sense to me.
And as the chief is coming and going and command staff is there and nobody's talking to you and you're sitting in your squad for 4 or more hours, is anybody telling you what's happening, what's going on?
No, nobody was really telling me what was happening.
Until Investigator Dallin arrives, correct?
Right,
And does he introduce himself?
he did.
And how do you respond?
Very poorly, very poorly.
To be sure, were you rude,
I was rude.
vulgar,
I was.
offensive,
I was.
angry,
I was. Very.
and most of all, frustrated?
Yes.
Did Investigator Dallin deserve that?
No, he did not.
Well, tell us what was going on in your world at that point.
At that point, like you said, I was sitting in the back of the squad car for about 5 hours without knowing what was happening. I really, truly thought that Joel was okay. And all I knew at that point was that I had just woken up in my own home from having him steal from me. He started assaulting people. I called 911. I held him there until the police could show up. And then I was basically immediately put in the back of a squad car.
So you didn't respond well.
Right. It made me frustrated and angry.
You heard the recording the other day. What did you feel like when you heard yourself talking to Investigator Dallin for those 5 minutes?
That was very embarrassing. I did not like it. That's not the type of person I try to be, and I was just very frustrated at how the police were handling the situation, and I was frustrated, mad, but yeah, it was embarrassing.
And took your frustration out on Investigator Dallin.
I did.
How long did you remain at the scene?
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly. Maybe 5 hours, 6 hours. I'm not sure.
No, I'm sorry. How long did you remain at the scene with Investigator Dallin?
I don't really remember.
At some point, did he take you out and bring you downtown?
Yes, he did.
And did he bring you to this building, in fact?
He did.
Right down the hall?
Right.
To the district attorney's office?
That's right.
To give you another opportunity to explain yourself?
He did.
And did he read you your rights?
Yes, he did.
And did he place you in handcuffs?
Yes, he did.
And when he read you your rights, as a sworn police officer, you know what that means.
I do.
Told you you had the right to remain silent and the right to consult with counsel, correct?
That's right.
And that you were free to talk to him if you wished.
That's right.
And what did you tell him?
I told him what happened.
You told Investigator Dallin what had happened that day.
That's right.
And when you did, were you honest with him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the truth?
I did.
And from that day, have you told the truth consistently?
Objection, relevance, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I've told the truth this entire time.
And when you told Investigator Dallin that Mr. Acevedo awoken you by going through your pockets, did you tell him that because that's what happened?
Yes.
And when you told him that you asked Mr. Acevedo to leave your home and he refused 15 times, did you tell him that because that's what happened?
Yes, that's the truth.
And when you told him that Mr. Acevedo lashed out at you and grabbed you or pushed you, and that you walked back off balance, did you tell him that because that's what happened?
Yes,
And when you told him that he punched Mr. Peters square in the face, and that he was the aggressor throughout, did you tell him that because that's what happened?
yes,
And when you told him that you attempted to keep Mr. Acevedo on the ground until law enforcement could come and arrest him, did you tell him that because that's what happened?
yes, that's what happened.
Is that what happened?
Yes, it is.
Did you try to choke Mr. Acevedo at any point?
Never,
Did you punch Mr. Acevedo at any point?
not once.
I need that list. In Did you know Mr. Acevedo was using cocaine that night?
No, I did not.
Did you know that Mr. Acevedo had underlying immunology issues?
No,
Did you know he was asthmatic?
I did not.
Did you know that his lungs were severely compromised?
I did not.
Did you know he was a heavy man?
I knew that, yes.
And did you know he was a smoker?
Yes, yes.
In the photograph taken of your bedroom, Exhibit 8,
Oh, I'm sorry. You need to, for plaintiff. There we go.
see that photograph?
Yes,
Appears to be some sort of bottle in the middle of the bed. Do you see that?
I do.
And how that bottle got there?
I don't know how that bottle got there.
Put it there?
I did not.
Do you have any alcohol in the second level of your home?
No, I never brought alcohol up to my bedroom, ever.
Do you know how long Mr. Acevedo was in your bedroom before you became aware he was there?
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mattioli.
Thank you. Mr. Tiffin?
Mr. Mattioli, we are today 3.5 years after the incident that brings us here today, correct?
Correct.
And since that time, you have had an opportunity to review all of the reports, all of the recordings, everything, correct?
That's right.
And you and your attorneys have gone over your testimony, correct?
Correct.
When you went to bed on April 19th, you were intoxicated, correct?
I was.
When you woke up in the morning of April 19th, you were still intoxicated, correct?
I was.
In fact, after you were removed from your kitchen, you told Officer Buzek, "I know I'm intoxicated," correct?
I did.
During your time with Investigator Dallin, you kept saying lawsuit, correct?
I did.
Why?
Well, like I said before, I truly thought that Joel was okay, and I felt that I was being treated unfairly.
You as a police officer know that alcohol affects people's perceptions, correct?
That's true.
And you were intoxicated during this whole incident, correct?
I was.
The 911 call was just played for you, correct?
Yes.
And your attorney Hart asked you questions about what the 911 operator was saying, what Mr. Peters was saying, correct?
That's right.
There weren't many questions asked of you or what you were saying during that call, were there?
No.
In fact, in the call, you're the person who states, "Fuck you, motherfucker," correct?
That was me, yes.
You are the person who states, "Fuck you, man," correct?
I believe so, yes.
You are the person who states, "Just fucking lay down, motherfucker," correct?
Yes, that was me.
You are the person who states, "Fucking lay down, all right, you asshole, you fucking did this, okay?" Correct?
Yes.
You are the person who states, "You want to fucking blame this on me," correct?
Yes.
You are the person who states, "You want to blame this on everybody but you, okay, but you fucking did this," correct?
Right.
You are the person who states, "Yeah, motherfucker, you're a fucking asshole, you were my friend," correct?
Right.
And you are the person who ends the call with the statement, "You're an asshole," correct?
Yes, that was me.
Fair to say that you were extremely angry.
I was angry, yes.
Is it your testimony that there was only minimal weight from your chest put on Mr. Acevedo?
I can't tell you exactly how much weight I put on him. I don't know. I know my knees and my elbows were on the ground, so it wasn't my entire body weight, but I don't know an exact amount.
So today in court, you've testified that you checked to see if Mr. Acevedo was okay in terms of his breathing, correct?
I did.
You didn't tell that to Investigator Dallin, did you, during that interview? That statement's not there.
I don't remember.
And yet, the first words out of your mouth when somebody asks you, "Is he breathing?" are, quote, "I don't know," period, end quote, correct?
I said, I don't know, handcuff this guy.
The first words were reference to, "Is he breathing?" "I don't know," correct?
Correct.
And then there's if we were to draft the sentence out, there's a second sentence, "handcuff this guy," which is not responsive to his question, "Is he breathing?" Correct?
That's correct.
At that moment, you had no idea if he was breathing, did you?
I thought that he was. I thought that he was okay.
You didn't say that to the officer, did you?
No.
You said, "I don't know," correct?
I said, I don't know, handcuff him.
You were what were you trying to do? Were you trying to arrest him?
In a way, yes, I was trying to arrest him.
When you as a law enforcement officer arrest somebody, you're taking away their freedom of movement, correct?
Correct.
You, in a sense, have a responsibility to their safety, correct?
In a sense, yes.
In this situation, you're an intoxicated man who's angry, who's lying on top of a man. And you couldn't give an answer, yes or no, whether or not he was breathing. You simply didn't know, did you? That is what you said at that moment, correct?
Well, let me just object. There are two different questions, whether that's what he said or that's what he knew.
Question is, that's what you said, correct? I don't know.
I said, I don't know, handcuff him.
I know you want to add that second sentence, but to the question, is he breathing? Your statement was, I don't know.
Objection asked and answered.
At this point, asked and answered. Let's move on, Mr. Tuffy.
How long did you hold him on the ground, he being Mr. Acevedo, before the police arrived?
I don't know exactly. I don't know. It didn't seem like very long, but I don't know.
Do you remember saying to Officer Buzak, you held him on the ground for quite a while before the police arrived?
I believe I heard that in a body camera.
You've also testified here today that Mr. Acevedo was refusing to leave, correct?
He was.
When you have the 911 call, though, the first words out of his mouth are, let me go, my score is not woke, I'm going home, correct?
I heard that at the 911 call, but I don't specifically remember that in the moment. He was yelling things, but I don't know what he was saying.
In the 911 call, he also states, quote, I swear I'll go home, I swear fucking. That is early on. What do you remember about that?
I don't remember him saying that in the moment. I heard it on the 911 tape.
What would have been preventing him from going home if he's saying, I'll go home?
I was holding him down until the police could arrive.
When you were working as a police officer, people are often put down on the ground, chest on the ground, because it's easier to get their arms behind their back so you can arrest them, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
You're trained, though, then to turn them over on their side to prevent something from happening, correct?
When they're handcuffed, is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't remember training like it that way or doing it that way. I know when I've handcuffed people on the ground in the prone position, I've turned them on the side to help them stand up.
Judge, I have no further questions of Mr. Mattioli.
Thank you. Mr. Hart?
Yeah, just briefly. You were asked moments ago, Mr. Mattioli, about preparing for your testimony with me. The fact that you have prepared with your lawyers, the fact that in a case charging you with reckless homicide, you've actually reviewed the discovery. Did you have the benefit of any of that when you talked to Investigator Dallin on April 19, 2020?
No, that was the day of, so I didn't have any of that information.
Had you spoken to Mr. Peters to that point?
No, after that day, I haven't had a chance to speak with Peters or Janowski ever since that first day.
So you're saying that the three of you haven't gotten your stories together straight?
No, I haven't seen them or spoken to them. In the courtroom was the first time I've seen them since this day.
So if there are similarities between what you testified to under oath, Mr. Janowski testified to under oath, and what Mr. Peters testified to under oath, probably not a coincidence. Would you agree with that?
Objection leading.
That's all.
Sorry, Mr. Hart, did you withdraw that?
Oh, sure. I'll withdraw the question. I have one last question of Officer Mattioli. At 15:23 and 25 seconds of your interview with Investigator Dallin, well, let me back up a minute. You were asked by Mr. Tiffin if you told Investigator Dallin that you checked on Mr. Acevedo at any point to make sure that he was breathing. Do you recall that question?
I remember the question.
Yeah, and did Investigator Dallin ask you that while he was interviewing you?
I don't remember.
Well, let me tell you that at 15:23:25, the transcript reads, like I said, I didn't choke this guy. I didn't mean to choke this guy. He was breathing. I know he was breathing that whole time. I listened to his breathing. I could feel his breathing. Do you remember telling the investigator down in that when he interviewed you right next door on the 19th of April 2020?
Now that you bring that up, I do remember that.
And had you and I spoken to that point?
No,
Did we know each other at that point?
no, I hadn't met you yet.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tiffin?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mattioli. You can step down. Back to Mr. Hart and Mr. Powell.
I think it might be appropriate to take a break at this point if the court's
Okay.
okay with that.
We have been on the record for about an hour and 45 minutes, so this does a good long afternoon. We're going to take a break for about 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please leave your notebooks on your chairs. Again, please don't talk about the case until you get to deliberations. All rise, please. Please take your seats. Attorneys, anything else before we break? Mr. Tiffin?
No.
Mr. Hart and Mr. Powell, anything? Sorry. Anything for the record before we break?
Oh, no, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're in recess for about 15 minutes, everyone. All right. Danielle, you ready? Okay. All right, we're back on the record after our break, and we'll start again with the defense. Mr. Hart, Mr. Powell. Oh, are there any issues before we bring the jury in? I should clarify. Okay. Mr. Tiffin?
What was the question?
Oh, anything before we bring the jury back?
Oh.
Okay. Deputies, can we bring the jury back, please? Oh. Thanks, everyone. Please take your seats. We're continuing with the defense. Mr. Hart?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Okay. All right. Well, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little after 3:30, and I discussed with the attorneys.
Judge, just think for the record, the state's not calling any rebuttal witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Tiffin.
You're welcome.
And I discussed with the attorneys kind of where we are on the schedule. Because of the lateness of the hour, we don't have enough time this afternoon to do jury instructions and closing arguments. That'll be the last stage of the trial. And you'll be retiring for deliberations as soon as those two items are completed. So what the court is planning is to do all of that in the morning. And so what the schedule will be is I'd like to start again at 9 a.m. and I'll begin with jury instructions. Then the parties will present their closing arguments, and then the jury will be retiring for deliberations. A couple of planning items for all of you to think about. First, when you're in deliberations, we do collect your cell phones, so you won't have your cell phones during deliberations. I just want to warn everyone that's a standard procedure. Also, we will provide lunch for you, but our lunch is kind of standard courthouse sandwiches. So if you are good with sandwich, chips, and a soft drink, you're covered. If you have any special dietary needs or you need something else, please bring that with you tomorrow, because once you're in deliberations, you'll be in deliberations until we hear back from you. So with that said, folks, members of the jury, are there any questions? Yes, and your juror number, do you remember your original? 17, yeah. We will close at 5. Yes, no, you will not go past 5 tomorrow. I can promise you that. If you have not reached a verdict, we'll talk about that at that time. No, we do expect you to be retiring for deliberations late tomorrow morning, so you will have the rest of the day to deliberate. And right, any other questions? All right, thanks. Oh yes, sir. Your juror number? Sorry, your juror number. Okay, yes, sir. It will not be Saturday, but we won't talk about that now. we'll cross that bridge if we come to it. So we'll talk tomorrow about retiring and, correct. Right. Any other questions? Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Everyone, please take your seats. The jury has left the courtroom. Anything else for the record, Mr. Tiffin?
No.
Mr. Hart, Mr. Powell?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll be meeting with the attorneys then for a continued instructions conference, and we're adjourned for the day. Okay. Do you want to meet in chambers then? Oh, 9 o'clock. So reconvening at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're adjourned.